of moments. So as we await for the approach initiation burn to be coming in just a couple of moments, let's check back in with our friends in Hawthorne.
Thank you, Joseph. As with all things in human spaceflight, every step is methodical and intentional. Reaching the International Space Station is no different. So while we wait for Dragon and the AX-4 crew's arrival at the space station, let's meet the crew on board.
Our mission commander today is Peggy Whitson of the United States. We actually don't have enough time to cover her entire resume, which is incredible, by the way. But to give you a few highlights, Peggy earned degrees in biology, chemistry, and biochemistry.
She was the first female commander of the International Space Station and has spent over 675 total days in space.
Dragon on Dragon to ground. We have seat 1 in position, and seat 4 will be in a few moments.
And Peggy, I copy on Dragon aground. Seat 1 is in position, and Seat 4 is almost there. I've got a quick update for you on the big loop configuration. ISS side is troubleshooting some audio packets with the C2V2 unit that's currently active. So I'll get back to you with more words when we have next steps there.
Standing by. Thanks for the update.
So we were just in the middle of talking about our commander, Peggy Whitson, when we heard her communicating here with our crew operations resource engineer at SpaceX Mission Control, which we hear called out as CORE over the nets. So our commander there, again, who was communicating with our team, has spent 675 total days in space so far. She's about to add some more to that. But so far, she has also logged 60 hours across 10 different spacewalks. She's a two-time commander for Axiom Space, having previously also served aboard AX-2. She was also just inducted as a member of the 2025 Astronaut Hall of Fame class. So congratulations, Commander Peggy.
And seated beside her inside Dragon is our mission pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla of India, whose call sign as a test pilot is Shooks. Representing the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO, Shooks is also an astronaut designate of India's inaugural human spaceflight effort, Gaganyaan, an Indian-built rocket and spacecraft. He was commissioned into the Indian Air Force Fighter Wing in 2006. He achieved the rank of Group Captain, in 2024, and has over 2,000 hours of flight experience aboard aircraft, including the Sukhoi 30, MKI, MiG-29, Jaguar, Hawk, and Antonov An-32.
Our third crew member is mission specialist Sławomir Uznanski-Wiśniewski of Poland. He's representing the European Space Agency as a project astronaut coming from the reserve class of 2022, much like Marcus Want, who served as a mission specialist on AX-3. A scientist by trade, Sławomir has earned his Master's of Science with honors from Łódź University of Technology in 2008. He also has a Master's of Science from the Université de Nantes in France and a graduate engineering diploma from the Polytechnique Nantes in the same year. He also spent 2 years as the engineer in charge of the world-famous Large Hadron Collider in Switzerland, beginning in 2018.
And rounding out this incredible crew is mission specialist Tibor Kapu of Hungary. He represents Hungarian to Orbit Astronaut Program, or HUNOR. The program aims to send Hungarian astronauts to the International Space Station for scientific research and technological development, as well as to inspire young people. He graduated from the Budapest University of Technology and Economics, earning a degree in mechanical engineering, followed by a master's degree specializing in polymer technology. In 2023, Tibor emerged as one of 4 Hungarians selected from a pool of 247 candidates for the HUNOR astronaut program. He has invested a notable amount of time in his career focused on space radiation protection while awaiting his acceptance to HUNOR.
Together, they are the crew of AX-4, Axiom Space's 4th private astronaut mission to the International Space Station. This mission represents the return to spaceflight for 3 nations, but it also highlights the growing opportunities for nations and entities around the world to conduct meaningful work in low Earth orbit.
And this is an incredible crew. They have spent 10 months of training together. They reported to Houston last August and have been kind of shepherded through a variety of training efforts since then, all leading up to this moment. It has been truly an honor to see them come from different parts of the world and come together as one team.
Dragon SpaceX on Dragon to ground. The approach initiation maneuver is complete. Performance was nominal. Reminder, if the C2V2 link is lost for 10 minutes without ground action, Dragon will perform a breakout. Timers are available in your event details.
Dragon copies. Good AI and watch for C2V2 and event details.
That's a good copy. And for another status update on C2V2, ISS side is working a swap to C2V2 Bravo unit.
Good to hear. Thanks.
So that's great news as we continue in our approach of the Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. That first approach initiation burn, or the AI burn, ran nominally. And nominally in space talk means everything went well. So it means we're moving closer to that docking ceremony and welcoming the AX4 crew on board.
I love it. And so we'll continue to listen in and in hopes that they will continue to progress towards docking. Obviously, there's a lot of action that has already taken place over the last 24 hours. And we'd love to share a little bit of that pre-flight effort with you that built up to launch and then towards docking. So yesterday, June 25th, the AX4 crew was driven from quarantine to Kennedy Space Center. Here you see a photo of them at a handover event. This is a special moment where the Axiom space operations crew officially hands over the crew to SpaceX before they go to the Falcon support building to suit up. This was a moment where they got to spend a few minutes with their loved ones, with family and friends, and pause in the midst of all the operational choreography and just take in a moment about what they were about to do and to celebrate it and enjoy just this moment with loved ones. And then as this concluded, they got into the SpaceX Teslas that took them out to the Falcon support building, at which point they were officially in the hands of SpaceX.
I always think these walkout moments are so cool. Human spaceflight is really about the people on board and the people behind them. And you get this great opportunity to see their families, their friends, all the teams supporting them from around the world. Speaking of which, this is a little video we captured yesterday, right before our crew walked out to enter the Dragon spacecraft. There they are exiting the Falcon support building, which is just about a half-mile away from their launch site, which was the historic Launch Pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center.
That walkout moment is so iconic. It is part of every tradition of spaceflight. I love seeing it.
So is this, actually. We've got a member of our closeout crew there with our two of our astronauts headed over to the pad in those two iconic Teslas. We've got our commander there looking very happy.
Those smiles.
Yeah, the crew getting to see Falcon 9 from the base before riding that elevator up to space. You can see we're also introducing a new tradition here. Each of our crew members has a boarding pass. Peggy's is gold because she is a frequent flyer on the Dragon spacecraft. So they're presenting those to the closeout team before signing the white room wall. And then ingressing or entering the capsule and getting ready for liftoff. We did have an on-time liftoff yesterday at 2:31 a.m. Eastern. And ever since then, so now for more than 24 hours, our AX4 crew has been on their way to the International Space Station.
Those boarding passes, as you just mentioned, are a fun tradition that adds to the layers of...
Config, we can confirm we have intercom checks for all 4 seats now.
And Peggy, could you repeat your last?
Just wanted to verify we had successful intercom checks, step 5.2, and suit donning and audio config. And we're just moving on.
Okay, I copy successful intercom checks and suit donning and audio config complete and ready to move on.
Good copy.
So you'll hear us continue to talk from mission control here at SpaceX and the big loop, right? We've got NASA in the loop now too as we approach the ISS to our crew on board to perform comm checks.
And SpaceX Dragon suit donning and audio config is complete for all 4 crew members.
And to provide status updates.
SpaceX copies. 4.010, suit donning and audio config complete for all 4 crew members.
So that's particularly good news for Mission Control because one of the things that we have our astronauts do anytime we enter a dynamic phase of flight is put on those IVA suits. So when we talk about suit donning, they've been comfortable, right? Like we had those spacesuits on for liftoff, and hopefully we'll have some shots of liftoff from yesterday here for you in a moment. But we put those spacesuits on for liftoff, and then once we're safely in orbit, the astronauts can doff or take those suits off. But now that we're approaching the International Space Station, again, we're going to don the suits, put them back on, because we're moving into that dynamic phase of flight. So we're getting some confirmation there from our crew to Mission Control that we're moving forward in each of these careful steps, preparing both the capsule and the AX-4 crew for docking to the ISS.
And these are all good call-outs.
Yeah, great to hear. Yeah.
Perfect. I love it. We were talking about ingress just a moment ago. We'd love to show you shots of launch from yesterday. The teams at Kennedy Space Center, the SpaceX teams and the NASA teams, were able to get some great shots of this Falcon 9 and Dragon lifting off.
This was also the second liftoff and landing for our booster yesterday, so pretty exciting to see that flight-proven launch vehicle once again flying from 39A.
And there you have it, Grace taking to the air for the very first time.
That's a good point, Paul. This is our 5th and final Dragon in the fleet, which received its name yesterday from our commander, Peggy Whitson. Great shots of our crew there on their way up to space yesterday.
Flying with them was their zero-G indicator named Joy, and Joy has become a defining characteristic of this crew. As you saw there, the smiles and the joy on the faces of the crew members as they experienced launch, felt that acceleration, and then ultimately the lack of acceleration, the silence of microgravity at the end of all of that ascent. We then got to see them hours later on an on-orbit event as they were experiencing microgravity for the first time just a few hours ago.
Dragon, SpaceX
and here's a lovely
on
moment.
Dragon to ground. ISS has completed their swap to the Bravo unit for C2V2. We're ready to try again for the big loop comm checks. If you could change your seat to destination back to ISS, and we'll give it another shot.
Inward.
So Joseph mentioned this earlier, but C2V2 stands for Common Communications for Visiting Vehicles. And what we're doing now is that final comm check as Dragon approaches the ISS to make sure that we're ready for our visiting vehicle.
Station on the big loop. We are very excited to have you loud and clear, Peggy.
And we are excited to hear your voice, and looking forward to seeing you guys shortly.
I can't wait to see you either, Peggy. Excited you guys are here.
And SpaceX copies Dragon loud and clear on the big loop.
And Houston copies SpaceX, ISS, and Dragon on the big loop.
And we have you loud and clear also, Houston.
So that was an awesome illustration of the big loop. You just heard astronauts on board the ISS talking to astronauts on board Dragon, confirmed by Mission Control here in Hawthorne, and then confirmed again by Mission Control in Houston. That is why they call it the big loop. We're literally going around the world. It's great.
We are. Everyone checking in, confirming that we're good, that we're ready to progress. And so obviously we'll continue to listen in, and hopefully that continues to call out what we need to hear to continue forward. So we were showing you shots of the crew inside the Dragon from earlier today. This is the 4 of them with their spacesuits off, as you mentioned. They doffed the spacesuits. This is in their other attire. And this was each of them taking a moment to speak to their country in their own language, as well as just acknowledge what it was like to see Earth
Dragon,
for the first time out those windows.
On the big loop, you are go to begin your suit leak check procedure 4.011.
4.011 is in work.
So good news there that our crew is moving forward with additional checks on board. We're obviously working a lot of different procedures here, too. You'll hear our team call out a series of different numbers. They're all carefully enumerated procedures that we step through to make sure that we don't miss anything in any of the steps it's going to take us to get to the ISF safely. Speaking of which, just in case you're just joining us, it would be good to go over many of the steps it took us to get to this point. Yesterday was launch day. Axiom 4 marks SpaceX's 18th human spaceflight launch overall. Including Axiom 4, Falcon 9 has supported 48 missions to the ISS with our Dragon spacecraft, starting with our first cargo resupply in 2012. And since 2022, SpaceX has supported the next generation.
Dragon, we're at step 2.2, awaiting your go on suit leak check on the big loop.
We're moving through that suit leak check procedure now.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, you are go to initiate suit leak check.
That's in work now.
Acknowledgement there from our commander. So SpaceX has supported the next generation of commercial space exploration so far with 7 private astronaut missions as of today, with today's AX4 mission bringing the total to 4 missions to the space station in support of Axiom Space.
I love it. So AX4 is Axiom Space's 4th mission to the International Space Station, as we've said. AX1 was the first private crew to the International Space Station. AX2 is known as the first private mission to feature government-sponsored astronauts, while as AX3 was our first all-European astronaut mission to the International Space Station. And this mission realizes the return to human spaceflight for India, Poland, and Hungary. The efforts of India are conducted through the Indian Space Research Organization, or ISRO, while the efforts of Poland are as a member of the European Space Agency, or ESA. As a member of ESA, the Polish space agency, Polsa, has named this mission Ignis.
For Hungary, this is a mission facilitated by HUNOR, which stands for Hungarian to Orbit Program. And this mission is the first mission to the space station for India, Poland, and Hungary. And after more than 40 years, this is each country's second government-sponsored human spaceflight ever. Missions like these are significant for a number of reasons. Each of these commercial missions builds on the last, but they facilitate a sizable amount of public and educational outreach. Medical research, intergovernmental relationships are built and fostered through these moments, and the list goes on. To be honest, there are a lot of hard work goes into each of these missions to make sure that every minute is maximized. Ultimately, each one serves as a critical stepping stone on the path to providing global, sustained access to low Earth orbit.
Oh, absolutely. And at SpaceX, we want to help create a future where not just hundreds of people, but thousands and ultimately millions of people can travel off Earth to live and work in space and on other planets. It all starts with missions like these. It's hard to believe that it's been 5 years since Dragon radically changed how humanity gets to space, but I am very excited to see what this mission and all the ones to follow have in store. But with that, I do want to check back in with NASA at JSC. So Joseph, let's hand it back to you.
Thank you, Ronnie and Paul. And absolutely, yes, it's an incredible day to welcome the Axiom Mission 42 to the International Space Station. And I know we've already covered so many key milestones, including what it took to get to this point right now. And arrival day is always a busy one aboard the Internet.
We see 4 good suit leak checks.
And right there, another great milestone. Another great milestone right there, 4 good suit leak checks. And we talked about that earlier about during the dynamic phases of flight, the crew puts those suits on to make sure that everything is safe and sound for them to provide that extra layer of protection as they continue to chase down the International Space Station. Now, from the space station perspective, here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, arrival day is always a busy one. And this morning, with no exception, NASA's astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers are already in position inside the cupola module, and they're using specialized software to keep track of Dragon's trajectory and confirm it remains inside its designated corridor. Now, the next key milestone that we're going to keep an eye on now is a course correction or a mid-course burn that's pretty much halfway between the AI burn, which went successfully a few moments ago, and then up to waypoint 0, which is really going to start those key gates that the Dragon Grace spacecraft will start navigating on its way towards the International Space Station and docking to that zenith port, that space-facing port of the Harmony module. Now, once Dragon is docked, Nicole Ayers of NASA will be the first one to begin the hatch opening operations. She'll start by opening the large hatch on Node 2. That's that zenith space-facing port we were talking about, and that gives the crew access to the pressurized mating adapter. From there, they'll begin pressurizing what's called the vestibule. That's the small space in between the Dragon and the space station hatches. This area was exposed to the vacuum of space before docking, so it'll need to be filled with air to be equalized with both the pressure, both for the spacecraft and anyone inside the space station to equal out, and for those to pass through. Ayers will then use a small valve on the station's hatch to gradually introduce air into that vestibule, and meanwhile the flight controllers here in Houston will be closely monitoring the pressure readings to confirm that the seal is tight and everything is leak-free before giving the go for hatch opening. Now, here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room, the controller is already hard at work. They've been doing so all morning long and well into since the launch, really, and beyond. NASA Flight Director Allison Bollinger and her Athena flight team are leading operations here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control. And then seated to their right is the Capcom, who you'll hear communicating to the teams on the International Space Station, a part of that big loop. You heard the comms checks multiple times between SpaceX, Dragon Grace, International Space Station, and the teams in Houston, so we're all on one single line of communication. Now, taking a look at who's aboard the International Space Station, we heard them mentioned a little bit earlier on, and currently aboard is the Expedition 73 crew members, and they are led by Commander Takuya Onishi, who is on that far right-hand side, and several members of this expedition crew have celebrated some key milestones for him. For Takuya, he celebrated 200 days in space about 2 weeks ago. Up next is NASA's Anne McClain. She is sitting right in front of Takuya on that right-hand side. She recently celebrated 300 days in orbit this past week. For Nicole Ayers, just on the other side of that Expedition 73 crew patch, she recently celebrated 100 days in space on Monday, and she and McClain are going to be the ones that are going to be monitoring the Axiom Mission 4 team and Dragon Grace to the International Space Station.
Then NASA's Johnny Kim, a flight engineer. He is on the back left-hand side of that image. Kirill Peskov of Roscosmos, a flight engineer, celebrated 100 days in space on Monday, and Sergei Ryzhikov, flight engineer, right there in the center. And then you have Alex Zubritsky, a flight engineer of Roscosmos as well. So flight controllers here in Houston have also begun the process of feathering the station's solar arrays and looking to get that multi-step procedure designed to protect the arrays from thruster plume exposure during Dragon's final approach. Now, taking a look at the updated timelines and what we're looking forward to, we're about 7 minutes away from that AI mid-course burn, and from there about 27 minutes from that waypoint 0 mark. And then from that point on, the space station and Dragon will continue to close the gap between each other. And then about 1 kilometer away will be the two vehicles, and that'll be in about 13 minutes from now. So again, a lot happening surrounding Dragon Grace and the Axiom Mission 4 crew, as well as those aboard the International Space Station. We mentioned earlier that this will become a team of 11 that'll be joined together, and after docking, which right now is continuing to be adjusted, and working closer to about approximately 5:22 a.m. Central Time. And then we'll have the hatch opening, which we just walked through the procedures of having to equalize the pressure between Dragon and Space Station so those could pass through. And then we'll have the welcome remarks shortly thereafter. So still a lot of key milestones coming up for everyone on board. But to dive deeper into that that AI mid-course burn, again, that's about the halfway point from the AI burn to waypoint 0, and that gives Dragon the ability to perform a mid-course maneuver, and that will give them to be about 400 meters or so below the International Space Station, and then of course will swing up and over top to then line itself up for waypoint 0, which will be again to the zenith port of the International Space Station. And from there, Dragon will execute a small mid-course maneuver, and that's just to fine-tune its approach and bring it to about that 400-meter mark and get ready for the remainder of its gates and those checkpoints it has to come to for the
International Space Station and Dragon to eventually meet up. Now, about 90 minutes ahead of docking, attitude control of the International Space Station will be handed over to the Russian thruster system, giving the station a finer point capability as Dragon closes in. We're looking forward to welcoming the Axiom Mission 4 astronauts aboard the International Space Station. Now, as we continue to get ready for that approach initiation burn, or that mid-course burn in about 5 minutes or so, we're going to continue to check in with our teams in Hawthorne and here on the ground in Houston. As you can see right there, the process that it took for Dragon to get to the International Space Station, starting about 45 minutes after launch yesterday with the phase burn, and then that stair-step approach to get to the front door of the International Space Station with those 5 key burns
leading into the approach initiation. Now, all teams on board the International Space Station have been up and at it early this morning. We talked about the roles for Nicole Ayers as well as Ann McLean getting ready to welcome the Axiom Mission 4 team. You heard the great communications between the two already as they're eager and anxious to welcome Peggy Whitson, the former NASA astronaut and commander of Axiom Mission 4. She continues her record-setting mark as the most experienced astronaut, American astronaut in the history. Currently listening into the loops of here, the teams on the ground as they're getting ready to do a go, no-go for waypoint 0 and Dragon's continued approach to the International Space Station.
We have no views, so you're going to have to keep tap dancing, and we don't have these loops in our broadcast, so you're pausing. There's no loops. Broadcast.
As we continue to follow along and continuing to tune in, we take momentary pauses just to listen into both the big loop of communications as well as the communications here in Houston and in SpaceX. As again, the team's pulling a go, no go for the International Space Station side of things to get ready for Dragon's arrival to the International Space Station. As I mentioned, once the mid-course maneuver is complete, it's then on to waypoint 0 and getting them to that 400-meter mark. And hopefully we can take a look at that, a little bit of that graphic of what's to come for the Dragon Grace and the team aboard Axiom Mission 4. And you see there, waypoint 0, about that 400-meter mark just outside the approach ellipsoid, that 400-kilometer by 2-kilometer by 2-kilometer invisible oval ellipsoid outside of the International Space Station, one of 2 imaginary boundaries that the Dragon will have to pass through, and then of course it'll make its way onto the keep out sphere, and that's that 400-meter mark that we've been talking about, and that's where it's zeroing in on right now. So we've completed the approach initiation burn, which had them about 7 kilometers below the International Space Station, and now about 2 minutes and 45 seconds away from that mid-course burn, and we'll continue to track as Dragon and Grace continue to fine-tune itself and get ready to go and connect itself for the International Space Station. Now, of course, before Dragon is given permission to move inside the approach ellipsoid, the spacecraft configured to be known as what is a 24-hour safe trajectory. And this means that if Dragon were to lose control in its thrusters, it would be at least 24 hours before it could move inside the approach ellipsoid again. But again, those upcoming milestones, everything continuing to press on along as Dragon, so far so good, as it continues its chase down of the International Space Station. Now this maneuver continues
on the big loop. We are about 1,900 meters away and about 10 minutes out from having you jump into 1.102.
Great call outs there, as you heard the team saying, about 1,900 meters away, that all that separates the Dragon and Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station. Now, as Paul and Ronnie have mentioned, that this is the 4th private astronaut mission, the first since January of 2024, and that was when Axiom Mission 3 would arrive aboard the orbiting laboratory. Now, from AX1 through AX4, once they are aboard, the teams will have welcomed 14 different...
10 minutes. Houston Station, copy 10 minutes until step 1 of the procedure.
And continuing to track about now 55 seconds away from that AI mid-course burn. And was saying from AX1 through AX4, the International Space Station will have welcomed 14 different private astronaut crew members representing 11 different nations and showcasing again how private astronaut missions truly expand access to the space station for more nations, people, and opportunities. And we'll continue to tune into all of the loops here inside of the International Space Station flight control room as we await the AI mid-course burn. And now standing about 20 seconds away as it continues to fine-tune. Dragon Grace continues to fine-tune its path towards the International Space Station. And we just received confirmation that the AI mid-course burn is now in progress. And again, this is done about halfway from our starting point, which was the approach initiation burn, and that'll get Dragon on its path towards waypoint 0. It's just a small burn, but again, all about fine-tuning and its approach to ensure that we're targeting a precise point of about 400 meters directly below the International Space Station. As you can see on your screen, the team on the right-hand side is those working and monitoring the AI mid-course burn, as well as the teams on the left. On the right, that is the International Space Station Mission Control Room here in Houston, Texas. And on the left-hand side, the SpaceX teams and their Mission Control Room in Hawthorne, California, as we continue to follow along with the AI mid-course burn, now a little over a minute and 20 seconds in. And mid-course burn has just been completed, and everything has been reported as nominal.
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop, mid-course maneuver complete. Performance was nominal. The trajectory has converged on waypoint 0.
So great news there.
And Dragon copies on the big loop.
And confirmation from Dragon Grace, and you heard Commander Peggy Whitson relaying down to the ground. And now the next milestone that we're zeroing in on is waypoint 0, which will be about 18.5 minutes from now. Is that slow but methodical approach for Dragon Grace and the Axiom Mission 4 team continues to make its way towards the International Space Station. And with that, we'll check back in with Ronnie and Paul back in Hawthorne.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Joseph. I'm loving all of these check-ins that we're getting about Dragon's progress on its way to station, how the crew is doing, hearing these call-outs from the nets. But I'm getting really spoiled today because you had great stories about the crew while we were here in kind of like our pre-show warm-up. And I would love to hear a little bit more about how you followed along the AX4 crew in like the 10 months leading up to this.
Absolutely.
And really like followed their preparations and everything that brought the crew to today.
Certainly. And so there's obviously a large team that facilitates all of the operational training flow and helping prepare them for this moment. We have a unique opportunity to document that and follow that story with them quite literally around the world over the course of all of that training. And I think it's just interesting as you get to know each of the crew members, just to understand, like, in the midst of all of this operation, in the midst of all of the timing and the coordination, there's still 4 humans inside Dragon, each with their own personalities, each with their own ambitions and characteristics, and they add to what becomes the mission.
In the crew, right?
Exactly.
Like they become one crew, which is AX4. Yeah.
Absolutely. So Peggy, I would argue, is a consummate leader. I mean, if you know anything about her, you likely know she has record after record of human spaceflight, and it is. And here we are actually seeing some views of the ISS, of the International Space Station, from Dragon. And yet, as I was saying, with Peggy, if you know her, she obviously has all of these records for human spaceflight, and it's certainly not a surprise at all that she is an inductee into the 2025 Astronaut Hall of Fame. And yet, if you get a chance to get to know her, you quickly realize she's not just about those individual accolades. She is about the team and team efforts. She wants to build teams and take them to space. And so certainly we've had the honor of following her around the world, preparing for 2 Axiom space missions, both AX-2 and now AX-4. And it is remarkable how she commands every room she walks in without taking over. She just exudes this steady confidence that people respond to.
Speaking of how she is commanding the capsule, we just had a great shot of her inside of the Dragon spacecraft, looking up at those touchscreen displays. And so we're going to keep bringing you views like the one we have on your screen right now of the International Space Station whenever we have ground station coverage. When we have good views, we'll obviously share them with you. This one is particularly cool because we're watching the International Space Station come into focus through a camera that is under Dragon's nose cone. So right after we got through launch and orbital insertion yesterday, we deployed the nose cone and exposed those docking hooks that we're going to use for the hard capture.
Station, Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon range is approximately 1,000 meters. Monitor long-range approach per steps 1 to 4 in 1.102. Dragon approach and retreat monitoring. ISS crew is now prime for vehicle approach monitoring.
More of those joint communications on the Big Loop there about that approach that we're watching on our screen right now. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely, and it looks as though Dragon is currently underneath the International Space Station. We're looking almost up at it from underneath.
Yeah, and we had those great graphics earlier that showed how we're balancing this really careful geometry and approaching each step with these methodical burns. Acknowledgement from our commander there. So we're stepping through each of these really methodical burns of those Draco thrusters on board Dragon. There are 16 of those thrusters around the spacecraft, and we use them for these careful fine-tuned maneuvering once we get to orbit. So right now on our screen, we've got our commander, Peggy Whitson, and our pilot, Shubhanshu Shukla. And you got a chance to chat with Shooks in the lead up to this launch too, right?
Absolutely. He is such a unique, quiet force. He is witty and smart, and I tell you, 3 steps ahead of any given moment, and you don't even realize it. He's already there. He has said that his career is defined by simply saying yes, which I thought was so interesting and powerful and simple. I mean, effectively, he was saying that every opportunity, whether it was to get a chance to learn to fly or join the military or even pursue this mission, he simply said yes. And in doing so, he walked through the door and made the most of it. No matter what he's faced alongside this crew, from days of poor weather out at the Knowles expedition, which is the National Outdoor Leadership School, to processing kind of the immense volume of procedures that must be taken on and understood across all of the myriad of procedures that one must understand and become proficient on for this kind of a space flight. In the midst of all of that, he has remained calm and collected, and quite honestly, just made it look easy. And what's more, he has this unwavering spirit about him that just invites everyone around him to step up and into their roles effectively.
It's awesome to hear these stories about the way this crew really came together and everything that brought them to the mission today. For those of you who are just joining us, we have some great graphics along the base of your screen to help you follow along the mission the same way that we have been eagerly following it for the last several weeks, really, in the lead up to today. So along the bottom left-hand corner, we've got some telemetry on where our Dragon spacecraft is, including its speed and altitude. And then on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you actually see our location around the Earth. And that rightmost corner is the firing of those Draco thrusters on board. And right now we're getting great views from inside the spacecraft of our crew working with those touchscreen displays, stepping through these checklists. And now we're getting our first views from station looking down at Dragon, which is always my favorite moment of docking.
Absolutely.
Because you know that the astronauts on board the International Space Station are, we heard it in their voices earlier,
yes,
are excited for this crew to be on board.
It's also one of the few moments where you really get a sense of the speed and the scale of all of this operation, right? Seeing the Earth just roll behind with those clouds, you suddenly get a sense of perspective that is just unlike anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we're doing here and why we're moving so carefully through each of these maneuvers is that, as you've noted here, these spacecraft, both the International Space Station and Dragon, are still moving really fast. So we need them to approach each other with a relative speed that's very gentle so that that docking is smooth and steady, just the way that we intend it to be. But we're still moving like 17,500 miles per hour, lapping the Earth every 90 minutes. So this is a very high speed but careful maneuver to make sure that we get our entire crew safely aboard the International Space Station.
Absolutely intricate, methodical, one step at a time.
There you go. Speaking of people who are particularly methodical, you were mentioning that Sławomir is like very
Deliberate in his actions and his lead up to everything with the crew earlier.
Swav, yes, as he likes to, as we like to call him, Sławomir Uznanski-Wiśniewski, is quite a lot to say. So they've quite poignantly call him Swav. He is brilliant, and I tell you, but more specifically,
Dragon SpaceX on the big loop.
Pause here.
Ground is go for approach 0. Burn is enabled. Maneuver start time is 9:34 Zulu. As a reminder, Dragon will nominally continue approach through waypoint 1 toward waypoint 2 without stopping at waypoint 1.
And there we have another.
Dragon copies all, and we're go for the approach as well.
Another call out between Core and our commander, acknowledged by Commander Peggy Whitson.
And that was a cool call out too, because we told the crew that we're going to move right through waypoint 1. Each of those waypoints are an opportunity for us to pause and make sure that everything's going well. So that means that everything's really going on track, right? We're ready to move into this next process of approaching the station.
So we were talking about Swav, and just to finish that thought, I have often described him as somebody who is brilliant, but more specifically, he is curious. Sławomir is certainly one who is genuinely in pursuit of knowledge and understanding.
I've actually never seen him to shy away from asking the next question. Throughout all the training, you can expect him to raise a hand and lean in, and everyone else does as a result. I mean, you just kind of get pulled into that earnest pursuit of knowledge, and he wraps it all up in a pretty good charm. He's exciting to learn beside. You know, I for one found myself wanting to lean in and learn alongside him as an outsider here. But his curiosity is probably matched only by his love for exploration and being out in the unknown. Like from sailing to hiking to kind of peering over that next ridge, he is one who is constantly seeking and experiencing something new. He has a love for this life and for this planet that is infectious. One can only imagine how that perspective is growing as he's looking out the window and seeing the Earth and perhaps even maybe the ISS at this point outside Dragon.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of his love of something new, 3 of the crew members that we have on board AX4 are first-time flyers to low Earth orbit and to the International Space Station. So very excited to hear their take on both being up there and then everything they have to share with all of us once they return. So with that, can we round out some stories here for our 4th crew member?
Absolutely. So Tibor, he is an incredible thinker. You can just see him process any information and immediately then begin to put it to use. He is someone who just grabs and goes, but also every step. Even more than that, he's someone who really feels with diligence.
And there were a lot of steps in the lead up to this for our crew. Astronaut preparation is extensive, from training that's specific to each crew member's role to learning SpaceX protocols, space station systems, and preparing for the science and outreach activities they'll be conducting in space. Private astronaut training is pretty rigorous. So in addition to the work that they did in the field, like you mentioned with the National Outdoor Leadership School, or NOLS.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. First step, 1 of 1.102. Can you please confirm Dragon is in sight and give us an attitude assessment?
So we are standing by for that update there on the attitude of the spacecraft. Attitude, when we're talking about space travel, means the position of the spacecraft. So with that, I do want to bring it back to the training because this crew on board AX4 spent 35 days training inside Dragon. To prepare them for flight, our teams at SpaceX spent the last several months teaching the crew about orbital mechanics and how to live inside the Dragon spacecraft. Well, this was more of a review for Peggy Whitson. For the rest of the crew, as we mentioned, this is their first time flying to space. Our training program includes nearly 100 different lessons covering all aspects of the flight. The crew spent time inside our Dragon training spacecraft to run simulations of ascent, space station rendezvous, which we are doing right now, and reentry. And they also spent time at the launch pad in our suit-up room and working through emergency procedures that would be necessary in the unlikely event of a pad abort.
And in addition to the critical training from SpaceX associated with...
on the big loop, com check.
Houston reads you loud and clear.
And as we were saying, in addition to the critical training from SpaceX associated with all of these dynamic phases of ascent and return, Axiom Space has facilitated a host of training efforts since August over these last 10 months to ensure that the crew and all of those who support them are ready
Station
for this
Houston
mission.
on the big loop. We did not copy your last.
Houston station on the big loop. We have Dragon in sight, and attitude looks nominal.
Houston copies. That's a good report.
That is a great report. It's always nice to hear those confirmations, especially across the big loop, because we are coordinating so many teams for missions like this.
Absolutely. Looking at the graphics at the bottom of the screen, you can see where Dragon is over the Earth. And from my vantage point, I believe that is just east of Africa.
I think one of the things that's the most striking to me is that as we watch all these different visuals come into play, which again, we are bringing you whenever we have them. So when we've got good views, we're sharing them with you. We're really seeing how quickly Dragon is approaching the station.
At 429 kilometers above the Earth, they are continuing to raise that elevation, that altitude, and get closer and closer to where they'll be working and living for the next 2 weeks. But again, these visuals just tell an amazing story of where we're going and what we're doing, where low Earth orbit is. It is hard to really comprehend and wrap your mind around the idea of living off planet, and yet visuals like this start to help you make that real.
Oh, absolutely. And hearing commentary like we did earlier from that on-orbit check-in, it was great to hear how quickly even the crew was saying they were learning how to do things in microgravity, especially because we have so many first-time flyers on this mission. Hopefully, first time, but not the last. We have a repeat with our commander, Peggy Whitson, as well.
Absolutely. A little bit of joy goes a long way. And overcoming some of those probably initial sensations and adjusting to microgravity. Shubhanshu had mentioned that it was taking a minute to kind of collect himself and find his space legs, but clearly they are all in good spirits and getting ready to get very active on board the International Space Station.
Which I'm sure will also be like an acclimation process, right?
Absolutely.
They've gotten used to Dragon. They've been in flight now for more than a day. All told, from launch to rendezvous at the station, we're looking at about a 28-hour flight. The time is somewhat dependent on the relative position of the International Space Station to our launch site at the time that we launch. But for any time that we're rendezvousing or meeting two spacecraft in orbit, we do have an instantaneous launch window. So we know how long that trip is going to be at the moment that we lift off. And the entire crew operations plan is built around filling that time effectively so that they're well acclimated on board the Dragon spacecraft while they approach the International Space Station. But then as soon as they get on board, we'll do our welcome ceremony. And I'm sure there's an orientation for them as well.
Absolutely.
So they have an effective 2 weeks while they're up there.
And the clock starts as soon as they get on board, right? You just mentioned the welcome ceremony. So there will be a moment once they've crossed the hatch and are officially on the International Space Station where they get to meet the other expedition crew members, have a moment to meet and greet, acknowledge the moment with a little bit of ceremony and tradition. There might even be some pinning of astronaut pins to go around. But then they get right to work. Certainly, I know that there are steps where they take to just kind of acclimate to the station, where the commander is going to take them around and make sure that they're clear on roles and responsibilities. But then again, the red line begins, and they are chasing it for the next 2 weeks, trying to accomplish a host of research efforts and outreach events. It's a full couple of weeks ahead of them.
We also have a full couple of hours here ahead of us before we get to that part.
Yes.
We are less than a minute away from approaching waypoint 0. So I do want to check back in with NASA. Joseph, why don't you give us an update on where our spacecraft is relative to the ISS?
Thank you very much, Ronnie and Paul, as we hear the teams at the International Space Station Flight Control Room tracking the arrival to waypoint 0 for Dragon Grace and the Axiom Mission 4 team, which they have just now hit that mark, which means approximately 400 meters directly below the station. And we can see those wonderful views now, and you can really see that high resolution of Dragon Grace continuing its methodical approach to the International Space Station. We're still tracking a docking time of about 5:18 a.m. Central Time, 6:18 a.m. Eastern. And you mentioned the hatch opening, and then as well as the welcome remarks shortly to follow. Hatch opening roughly about 2 hours or so after the initial contact and capture. And then when the hooks drive, the 12 hooks that are on the bulkhead there of the SpaceX Dragon will connect itself and create that hard mate, sealing itself to the orbiting laboratory. And once the pressure checks and seals will be done, then everything will be pressurized and ready to go. So waypoint 0 has been achieved, and now they're making their way on to waypoint 1. But you heard earlier on the loops that they have received the go to proceed past waypoint 1 and head straight on to waypoint 2. And that means they'll continue to swing up and above the International Space Station, and then what would have been a pause at the 220-meter mark, they'll continue to press forward and look to get to about waypoint 2. And waypoint 2's arrival will be just right on the doorstep of the International Space Station, about 20 meters away.
The big loop approach 0 has started, and the trajectory has converged on waypoint 1. Expect arrival at waypoint 1 at 10:09 Zulu.
Expecting arrival at waypoint 1 at 10:09 Zulu.
And there you heard it right there, that they are continuing to move on along and get ready to approach what would be waypoint 1, which that milestone will be in about a little less than 40 minutes from now. As you see right there on your screen, the Dragon Grace spacecraft continuing its methodical approach to the International Space Station. And of course, the 7 members aboard Space Station right now, looking forward to welcoming Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, as well as mission specialists Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu to the orbiting laboratory, and a welcome back to Commander Peggy Whitson. This will be her 5th time in her 5th space flight. All of her space flights, what are the previous 3 with NASA and now 2 with Axiom Space, all key components and key missions involving the International Space Station. And you also heard on the Big Loop confirmations from Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean, who are monitoring Dragon's approach. They are in the cupola. That is the famed window to the world from the International Space Station that you see so many stellar views from many astronauts that share their experiences from the cupola. That is where they're using special technology to monitor and make sure that the Dragon spacecraft stays in the exact corridor, and that makes sure that everything is remaining on track and stays in its expected zones. Now, as we continue to march towards waypoint 1, and again, they will bypass waypoint 1 unless they need to make that pit stop to make sure everything is fine-tuned and ready. Once Dragon continues through waypoint 1, waypoint 2, and then eventual capture, Nicole Ayers will be the primed informed NASA astronaut to start the hatch opening process. And that'll begin by opening the large hatch on the Node 2 Zenith port. That is the port facing outer space, and that gives them access to the pressurized mating adapter. And there, Ayers and McLean and company will then move in and make sure that everything is sealed up once checks have been done and the relative dampening motion has been removed between Dragon and its connection to the International Space Station, and Ayers will pressurize the vestibule, and that is the small space between the hatches of the Dragon spacecraft and the space station. Now, that vestibule has been exposed to the vacuum of space, and that was all due to prior to docking. So the crew will need to fill it with air to make sure its pressure is nearly equal with the atmospheric pressure on Dragon and in the station. That pressure, similar to what we experience here on Earth at sea level, about 14 psi is what they need to bring it up to, again, from the vacuum of space. And that's where Ayers will use a small valve on that station's hatch to slowly introduce the air into the vestibule, and flight controllers here in Houston will monitor and verify that pressure readings, and everything is making sure to be leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. As you can see, Space Dragon Grace making its way with the nose cone open, and you can see that strobe in the middle. And it's always fascinating to watch. Now during an orbital daytime, you can see the sun shining brightly on the spacecraft, and the thrusters firing, and you can follow along in that bottom right-hand corner which thrusters are being activated again to fine-tune Dragon's path to the International Space Station. But seeing that strobe, always fun when it illuminates from the Dragon perspective on the International Space Station, and we may get some of those great views closer to docking. And again, that docking time tracking closer to 5:18 a.m. Central Time, 6:18 a.m. Eastern, and that is where the soft capture will connect, and then the hooks will drive. The 12 hooks in 2 sets of 6 will drive and form the hard mate and bring Dragon and the space station closer together before the leak checks, the umbilicals for communication and power. Everything will be connected, and then the pressurization of that vestibule from NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and team will begin. About 36 minutes from now, Dragon spacecraft will reach its waypoint 1 mark. And again, that's where the spacecraft will swing up and above the International Space Station, as it'll be docking to the space-facing or zenith port of the Harmony module. You can see great views again of Dragon.
On the big loop per block Bravo. Dragon attitude is as expected.
Houston copies. Thank you. Great communications there. Is everything going to plan for Dragon Grace? And you can see those thruster firings, those plumes of gases that are helping the spacecraft navigate its way from waypoint 0 to waypoint 1, and as mentioned, it's going to go up and over top of the International Space Station and then align itself to that zenith port, and then it'll make its way onto waypoint 2.
As mentioned previously, all visiting vehicles that arrive to the International Space Station take this phased approach when going to the orbiting laboratory, stopping at those predetermined gates. And that's for teams here on the ground, both in SpaceX and in Houston, to run quick checks on vehicle performance before approaching the laboratory. And there you can see that strobe effect that we were talking about just a moment ago as it illuminates the views from the International Space Station looking at the Dragon Grace spacecraft as it continues its methodical approach to the station, as they are now just in the southernmost regions of Australia and making its way into the Pacific Ocean. both Dragon and station just began an orbital nighttime period, so we'll continue to lean on that strobe effect on the spacecraft to follow along. As Slow and Steady continues to win the race for these docking operations between Dragon and the International Space Station, and of course always requires a great deal of precision to make sure that we're keeping the spacecraft and the crew safe. And there's a great look inside of Dragon Grace, and then the view from the spacecraft now looking to the International Space Station, and those slight glimpses of daylight left before both the orbiting laboratory and the spacecraft completely enveloped in darkness during the orbital nighttime period. You can see the radiators. That's what's most prominent in the view of the International Space Station. And at the very top of this view of the International Space Station, you can see what was Dragon Endurance. That is the Dragon spacecraft vehicle that Crew 10 took to the International Space Station back in March. So upon docking, and once everyone is settled, you will see the International Space Station flying with both Grace and Endurance, and 5 total vehicles connected to the orbiting lab. View inside of the Dragon spacecraft, and you see from just over the shoulder of Peggy Whitson and Shubhanshu Shukla, the commander and pilot, as they are continuing to monitor the progress of the spacecraft. And there are the final faint views of the International Space Station before the orbital nighttime period. And as mentioned, these two chasing each other just off the southeast coast of Australia as we speak. And a great view of that center screen there, where you're seeing Dragon lining itself up with the International Space Station, and the views that both pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO and Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4, are monitoring. Now approaching about 31 minutes until we reach waypoint 1.
And once the spacecraft reaches waypoint 1, it'll be about 220 meters away, a little more than 656 feet from the orbiting laboratory, as Dragon Grace on its inaugural flight, looking to connect up to the International Space Station. Before we reach waypoint 1, which will be in about 30 minutes from now, the teams here on the ground, about 10 minutes outside of that milestone, will conduct a go, no-go poll, which we've been talking about throughout today's broadcast, just that step-by-step process, that slow and steady methodical maneuvering of the spacecraft to connect to the orbiting laboratory. And we're continuing to follow along for an approximate docking time of 5:18 a.m. Central Time, 6:18 a.m. Eastern. And the only light you're seeing from that shot was bouncing off of the International Space Station and what it provided, but now inside Dragon Grace and its Axiom Mission 4 crew of Peggy Whitson, commander, Shubhanshu Shukla, pilot. That's who you see in the field of view there, just that over-the-shoulder shot as they monitor Dragon's maneuvering towards the space station, but also joined alongside by mission specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu, respectively, of ESA and Hunor. And as we continue to take a look at the orbital nighttime phasing of the International Space Station and
the Dragon Grace spacecraft. You see those thruster firings continuing that methodical approach for the craft, but you can also see in that left-hand side the speed of which they are traveling, the Dragon spacecraft at that, as it makes, again, it's starting to steady out in that slow push towards the orbiting laboratory, 428 kilometers above Earth. Once aboard the orbiting laboratory, the Axiom Mission 4 crew will participate in about 60 research investigations representing 31 countries, and more than 24 of those experiments supported by the ISS National Laboratory. And there's a live look at the teams here on the ground on the left-hand side. That is Mission Control in SpaceX, Hawthorne, California, following along with Dragon's progress, I should say. And on the right-hand side, it looks to be Axiom Space here in Houston, just down the road from Johnson Space Center, NASA's Johnson Space Center, where we are located. And the International Space Station Flight Control Room, all three teams working together in integrated operations. That began just before we went live for today's broadcast. We're all three monitoring the progress of the Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station. And you've been hearing communications on what is the big loop, which is that single line of comms that allow for the Dragon spacecraft and Grace to communicate with the International Space Station, but also for the teams on the ground here in Houston and in California and Hawthorne, all to communicate together. So everybody on the same page as the spacecraft continues its push towards the orbiting lab. We are about 26 minutes away, a little bit north of that, until we reach waypoint 1 for Dragon Grace. As you can see, some of that telemetry and data populating the screens inside of the spacecraft that the team on board are carefully monitoring. And this is the view from the Dragon spacecraft looking up at the International Space Station, as these two now making their way into the southernmost regions of the Pacific Ocean, having just passed underneath the south and then the southeast of Australia. They will continue into an orbital nighttime period until they reach roughly about the east coast of North America, and then you'll get some of those great views of the sunlight radiating over top of both of the craft. So far, everything performing nominally for the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft as it continues its push towards the International Space Station, and what's been quite the journey for them. You heard earlier that this, since launch all the way up to the anticipated docking time, will be about a 28-hour process, 28, 29 hours or so. So a lot has happened in a short amount of time as the teams in Hawthorne, California on the left and the teams on the right-hand side in Axiom Space working together with those here in Houston. And those teams right now communicating with each other on those internal communications loops that we monitor and follow along with as they now prepare the teams for waypoint 1 about 24 minutes from now. The go no go for that will be in about 15 minutes or so. And we'll keep an ear out for those comms as, again, Dragon starting to slow down its approach towards the International Space Station, a very methodical journey that all started shortly after launch, what was yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central Time, 2:31 a.m. Eastern. That saw the Axiom Mission 4 team reach orbit and begin its journey to track down the International Space Station, the fourth private private astronaut mission and the first since January of 2024, when Axiom Mission 3 would join the expedition aboard the orbiting laboratory.
On board the International Space Station, the crews, they were up and got right into preparing for Dragon's arrival. NASA's Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, who you've heard at times on the big communications loop talking to all parties. They are in the station's cupola, using specialized software to track Dragon's approach and making sure it stays in the expected zones with that orbital nighttime currently enveloping the station and the Dragon spacecraft. They're keeping a close eye, and of course from the space station perspective, and we'll see it as we receive video communication, that strobing effect, that strobe light on the front, and that forward nose cone of the SpaceX Dragon to help illuminate its path and help keep track. Earlier, we also received that as the Dragon spacecraft makes its way towards waypoint 1 about 22 minutes from now, that the teams on the ground were looking to bypass this milestone, but will again do a go, no-go poll, make sure everything looks exactly as it should before allowing that bypass of the spacecraft, and then its maneuver up and over top of the International Space Station, and then proceeding onto waypoint 2.
And a great graphic of the International Space Station, and just below it, the Dragon spacecraft is, again, they are making their journey across the Pacific Ocean, traveling over 26,000 kilometers an hour and 420 plus kilometers
above the Earth's surface. We've been talking about that methodical approach for the Dragon spacecraft that started immediately, or 45 minutes or so immediately after launch yesterday morning, in which they would execute a series of burns from the phase burn to the boost burn, co-elliptic, or close burn, transfer, and co-elliptic burn. Those 5 burns allow for the stair-stepping of Dragon to climb up in altitude, but also to close the gap, the distance between the International Space Station and the spacecraft itself. And that is what's led us up to this morning. The approach initiation burn started just shortly after the start of this broadcast, in which Dragon, in integrated operations with SpaceX and NASA working together with Axiom Space, all monitoring closely as Dragon Grace continues its way towards the orbiting lab, and looking to turn a crew, the Expedition 73 crew of 7 into a total of 11, a full house above the orbiting lab. Now inside 20 minutes to the waypoint 1 arrival. And about 10 minutes or so, the teams here inside Houston, as well as and SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, will continue to monitor and do the go, no go for waypoint 1. And if everything is on track, they'll continue to proceed through waypoint 1 onto waypoint 2. And waypoint 2 has them right on the doorstep of the International Space Station, about 20 meters out when they arrive to that waypoint, a little more than 65 feet away. If you are just joining us, we are continuing to follow along the progress of Axiom Mission 4 and the 4 astronauts aboard, Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, and mission specialists Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu, the 4th private astronaut mission, and the first since January 2024, to make its way towards the International Space Station, in which they will spend approximately 2 weeks doing research investigations and outreach activities, expanding commercial space.
We are tracking a docking time of approximately 5:18 a.m. Central Time, 6:18 a.m. Eastern. The next key milestone that we are keeping an eye on is the arrival of the spacecraft to Waypoint 1. And to gain perspective, Waypoint 1 will be about 220 meters away between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. And that's the second checkpoint. They have already reached Waypoint 0 to begin this process. Waypoint 0, Waypoint 1, and then on to Waypoint 2, which we mentioned is about 20 meters away. Great views there from the International Space Station, looking at the Dragon Grace spacecraft, that strobe light illuminating its path, as well as the port and starboard side lights. The red and green that you see on your screen is both the International Space Station and Dragon Grace in an orbital nighttime period. They're actually crossing over the Pacific Ocean, about to cross over the equator, and then eventually make its way over the west coast of North America. We'll start to see the spacecraft and the International Space Station once again become illuminated with an orbital sunrise. In a few more moments, that'll occur as they continue their journey over the Pacific Ocean. And for the Dragon spacecraft, approaching Waypoint 1, now about 15 minutes from that point. And we'll continue to bring those great views as you see that slow and steady progress of the Dragon vehicle as it continues to track down the orbiting laboratory. And on your screen, you see the speed and altitude, where it is over the Earth in current relation. But on that far right-hand side, that's the thruster firings. And you just see those illuminate every so often as Dragon continues to fine-tune its path towards the International Space Station. And this mission since launch approaching now 1 day, 3 hours or 3.5 hours of time. That's the time you see in the middle there, the T plus. 1 day, 3 hours, 28 minutes and 40 plus seconds. As the crew aboard, anxious and ready to join the Expedition 73 crew aboard the International Space Station. And as we take a look at those crew members and introduce them to you, that'll welcome the Axiom Mission 4 team. They're led by Commander Takuya Onishi of JAXA, the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, who just recently celebrated about 2 weeks ago his 200 days in space. Anne McLean, NASA flight engineer, will be there as well. Her and Nicole Ayers, the 2 NASA astronauts monitoring Dragon's approach to the International Space Station. For McLean, celebrating 300 days in space last week. And for Nicole Ayers, this past Monday celebrated 100 days in microgravity. They're also joined by NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, flight engineer, and Roscosmos cosmonauts Kirill Peskov. For Peskov, he would also celebrate 100 days this past Monday as a part of the Crew 10 team. And then Roscosmos cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zubritsky also joining the cadre of 7 astronauts and cosmonauts aboard the International Space Station. We mentioned earlier, this is the 4th private astronaut mission to the International Space Station, and the first since January of 2024, since Axiom Mission 3, from the Axiom Mission 1 now through Axiom Mission 4. The International Space Station will have welcomed 14 different private astronaut crew members representing 111 different nations, and showcasing how these private astronaut missions truly expand access to the space station for more nations, people, and opportunities. And we talked about this crew,
and approximately their 2 weeks on board the orbiting laboratory, will participate in around 60 research investigations representing 31 countries, with more than 24 of those experiments sponsored by the ISS National Lab. In about 2 minutes, we'll monitor the loops and keep an ear out for the go, no-go poll on the ground for teams that'll be monitoring Dragon's approach to waypoint 1. And that waypoint will be reached in a little less than a dozen minutes, 12 minutes from now.
This is Mission Control Houston, as we are continuing to monitor the Dragon Grace spacecraft and Axiom Mission 4, the private astronaut mission, as it continues its approach to the International Space Station. They have moved past waypoint 0 and are now on its way to waypoint 1, the second of 3 checkpoints or 3 gates for this journey for the spacecraft to the orbiting laboratory. We just received an update that the new anticipated docking time, approximately 5:30 a.m. Central Time, 6:30 a.m. Eastern, as the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station teams here on the ground, both in Hawthorne, California for SpaceX and inside of NASA's Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, continuing to work together in communication and relay those updated data and projections and trajectory and all the information needed. So again, that docking time has been updated to now approximately 5:30 a.m. Central, 6:30 a.m. Eastern. And the flight control teams here in Houston and listening in on the loops on overall communications have just pulled go for Dragon's approach to waypoint 1. And they will reach that milestone waypoint 1 in about 9 minutes from now. This waypoint will have the spacecraft 220 meters away from the International Space Station, a little more than 656 feet. And once it reaches that docking access, an additional go-no-go pole will be created, in which the teams will then pull for the arrival of the spacecraft to waypoint 2. And given the go there, Dragon Grace will move to within 20 meters and little more than 65 feet from the orbiting laboratory. And earlier we also had communications that if everything goes to plan and Dragon continues to remain on its trajectory, that they would bypass waypoint 1 and go straight from 0 to waypoint 2. But once it arrives to waypoint 1, this will be the point in the spacecraft's journey in which we will be on what we call the docking axis, which will essentially mean that it is directly in front of the docking port that it'll connect itself to. The crew are right now heading to the space-facing port on the International Space Station, node to zenith of the Harmony module. That zenith meaning it is the side of the space station facing space. So its journey brings it from underneath the International Space Station, Dragon Grace, to swinging up and over top of it, and then arriving at that docking access en route to waypoint 2. We'll continue to bring views of the International Space Station and Dragon Grace spacecraft as we receive them, as the two continuing their chase to connect up as they're now making their way towards the western coast of North America in an orbital nighttime configuration. And we've seen views of the Dragon spacecraft in that orbital nighttime with the strobe lights shining bright. Once it gets closer, it'll actually illuminate the International Space Station and
allow for greater views of the docking port itself that it'll connect to. And again, that node 2 is zenith port of the Harmony module of the space station. And that anticipated docking time that has now recently been updated to 5:30 a.m. Central, 6:30 a.m. Eastern. Teams on the ground have pulled go for our Dragon's approach to waypoint 1. And that arrival to that checkpoint will be a little more than 5 minutes from now. The crew inside Dragon Grace Axiom Mission 4. They are in their launch and entry suits and are ready to continue their journey towards the International Space Station. And there you see it, the view from the orbiting laboratory, looking at Dragon Grace. As you see that strobe light we were just mentioning, as it gets closer, will illuminate the side of the orbiting laboratory, as well as the port and starboard lights, the red and green.
Crew in their launch and entry suits, providing that extra layer of protection and pressure, and that happens, are in them during these dynamic phases of flight.
Now inside 5 minutes from waypoint 1. When Dragon docks to the International Space Station, there will be 5 spacecraft connected to the orbital outpost, and we'll bring the crew up to 11 crew members, and the overall total of the International Space Station to 288 visitors since 1998. It will join the Dragon Endurance spacecraft that brought up Crew 10 back in March. They will also join
with the Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft that brought NASA astronaut Johnny Kim to the International Space Station in early April. And then 2 cargo craft, Progress cargo craft from Roscosmos also aboard the station, and then eventually the Dragon Grace spacecraft, as we get now views inside of Dragon Grace and looking over the shoulders of Commander Peggy Whitson and pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO. And you see them adjusting their monitors as the approach continues on for Dragon. And then a great view in the middle of the screen there of the path Dragon is taking. Last time we saw inside, it was more towards the left-hand side of the screen, in which Dragon now flying up and over top of the International Space Station. And now we get great views from Dragon Grace, and there's the strobe light. You can see it ever so faintly illuminating the International Space Station as it continues.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon is transmitting docking camera video. Please confirm video and data updating in Dragon Docking Monitor. Also, we have a new docking time of 10:30.
In copies, we are seeing data on the Dragon Docking Monitor, and we copy 10:30 for the new docking time.
Houston copies.
Great communications there on the Big Loop between the teams in Houston and SpaceX, talking to Dragon Grace and the confirmations of the updated docking time. You heard the words 10:30. That's 10:30 Zulu, which Central Time is 5:30, as we had mentioned, 5:30 a.m. Central, 6:30 a.m. Eastern, as we return to that exciting view from Dragon looking up at the International Space Station. You can ever so faintly see the solar arrays coming into view, and that strobe light illuminating the radiators, which are right along that central portion and angling upward. The International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft now approaching the west coast of North America, right around the Seattle area, that border between the United States and Canada, as we are approaching 1 minute away from waypoint 1, the second checkpoint and second series of waypoints for the spacecraft to reach to. The teams have already pulled go, but we will listen for the call outs for that waypoint 1 arrival.
Dragon SpaceX on the Big Loop, approach 1 and soft capture ring extension will begin shortly. Dragon will continue approach to waypoint 2. As a reminder, manual impulsive retreat recovery is not permitted.
And Dragon copies all.
And there you heard communications on the Big Loop about that soft capture ring, and that is the initial contact that will occur between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, a soft capture, with that soft capture ring then retracting and the 12 hooks that will drive and connect and form a hard mate between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. From there, power communications will then be connected up, and NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers will make her way into the pressurized mating adapter and get ready for hatch opening procedures, which will require bringing the vestibule, the space between the two hatches, between the International Space Station and Dragon Grace, together. And there we see the orbital sunrise making its way over top of the International Space Station as they continue their pursuit of each other, now angling over at North America. And there in the center screen, if you look at the topmost, the Dragon now perfectly aligned over top of the International Space Station, now looking down at that Node 2 Zenith port, and a great view just off the bottom portion there, that is the Dragon Endurance spacecraft that it'll be just alongside of. So Dragon has reached waypoint 0, and on initial comms earlier that the teams on the ground, once reaching waypoint 1, pardon me, have been allowed to bypass that waypoint and now move on to waypoint 2, which will be in about 9 minutes from now, and targeting docking in about 14.5 minutes from there. Go, no-go polls for docking in about 7 minutes as the teams on the ground continuing to monitor Dragon's progress. And once they arrive to waypoint 2, there will be a pause, make sure everything is lined up just perfectly before that final approach and docking. This is Mission Control Houston as Dragon Grace and the spacecraft carrying Axiom Mission 4 and their 4 astronauts continuing their approach to the International Space Station. They have just made their way past waypoint 1, which had them at 220 meters away from the space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module. And now on the path to reach waypoint 2, teams on the ground have concurred or agreed that they will take a brief pause at waypoint 2, which is 20 meters away, to make sure everything is aligned precisely. And there you see the view from Dragon and that newly illuminated International Space Station as the 2 craft navigating its way over North America, coming into an orbital sunrise and daytime period.
Station on the big loop. Dragon attitude is still as expected, and station is ready for docking.
Houston copies. At waypoint 2, Dragon will briefly pause to align for docking, then automatically resume approach.
Houston copies.
Commentator Rob.
You just heard great communications on the big loop from Station and Dragon, as well as the teams in Houston and in Hawthorne for SpaceX and NASA, as the Dragon Grace spacecraft continuing its approach to the International Space Station, carrying Axiom Mission 4 Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA,
Dragon
and
SpaceX
Tibor.
Soft capture re-extension complete. Dragon will continue through waypoint 2 without a hold.
Copies, no hold at waypoint 2, and good rating extension.
Great communications there. They were anticipating a brief hold to make sure everything aligns, but Dragon Grace continuing on what has been so far so good. A great rendezvous with the International Space Station. They will proceed to continue past waypoint 2. And you also heard in the communications with NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers, the station ready for docking. And a great view of the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft making its glacial approach to the International Space Station. And the view from the space station looking up as it approaches the space-facing or Node 2 zenith port of the Harmony module. We are about 4 minutes away from the waypoint 2 arrival, which again, they are expecting to move right past through without a hold. That is at the 20-meter mark, and proceed right on into docking, a soft capture, and then soft capture ring retraction and hooks to drive. And that capture, about
Dragon
8 minutes
SpaceX
and 47.
on the big loop, ground is go for approach 2, and approach is now allowed. Reminder, ensure that visors are closed prior to Dragon's departure from the waypoint. Once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted.
Dragon copies, and we have visors down, and we are go for docking as well. And copy on the approach. Inside 2, chop.
SpaceX copies, visors down, SpaceX crew is go for docking.
All great communications there as the communications from the ground up to the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft, as visors are down on the 4 astronauts inside as they continue their approach to the International Space Station, now nearly 7 minutes away from that initial contact. Dragon and the International Space Station now making its way over the northernmost territories of North America and Canada, and heading towards the Atlantic Ocean, as we are now 7.5 minutes away from the approximate docking time, as Dragon will move smoothly past waypoint 2, about 20 meters away. And continuing its fine-tuning and approach, you see little plumes coming off the spacecraft. Again, those thruster firings continuing to inch and adjust the spacecraft towards the orbiting laboratory. Dragon continuing to get bigger and bigger from the viewpoint of the International Space Station, as waypoint 2 about 90 seconds away, and there it'll be just a mere 20 meters away. And there the spacecraft will focus on aligning its docking system with the docking adapter, and then fly in to make the initial contact and give us what we will call that soft capture, or the soft capture ring will retract. And then the hooks will drive to form the hard mate. And that capture, or that initial contact, coming in about 6 minutes from now. Yes, they have. I can press them. They switch it up. Approaching 30 seconds away from waypoint 2 arrival, in which the Dragon spacecraft will be about 20 meters away, just called out 30 meters, so continuing its close in to the International Space Station. Dragon Grace now 25 meters away. Dragon has now reached waypoint 2, 20 meters away from the International Space Station, and will continue its approach to the International Space Station. And there you can see a great view of that zenith port, that space-facing port of the International Space Station's Harmony module. As the Dragon spacecraft right now sitting at waypoint 2, just 20 meters away.
Houston station per step 4 in block Bravo. Dragon attitude is as expected.
Houston copies. Station Houston on the Big Loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor per steps 5 and 6 and 1.102.
Station copies, monitoring per steps 5 and 6.
And there you heard it. The final steps relayed up to the crew for final approach and docking have been given as we continue to see Dragon Grace spacecraft close the gap between them and the International Space Station. Now, just before the spacecraft reaches the international docking adapter for that soft capture, you'll hear the call out CHOP, or crew hands off point, which Dragon will continue its journey and make that initial connection, that soft capture, in those final few moments.
Dragon, 10 meters.
10 meters.
Inside 10 meters, a little less now than 30 feet away, is all that separates Dragon Grace from the International Space Station.
Five meters.
5 meters.
2 meters, chop.
Houston Station, 2 meters, chop.
We have chop.
1 meter.
1 meter. Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
Copy.
Dragon Grace and the Axiom Mission 4 crew have arrived to the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time over the North Atlantic as the two orbiting around the Earth, connecting with the soft capture ring, and now we'll begin the ring retraction to bring the two vehicles closer together, and then the 12 hooks, the two sets of 6, will drive to form a hard nut. And there you heard there, the soft capture ring is retracting, and then we'll do so until sensors are indicating it's time for those hooks to drive in place and give us a hard capture and firmly secure Dragon to station. And again, Axiom Mission 4 and its commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, and mission specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski and Tibor Kapu of ESA and Hunor have arrived to the International Space Station with contact at 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting over the North Atlantic. The soft capture ring, that initial contact between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station, continuing to retract, and we'll await for the calls that the sensors read that it will be time for those 12 hooks on the Dragon to then begin driving and connecting itself to form a hard mate to the International Space Station.
Ring retraction complete. Docking sequence is holding for MCS reconfiguration.
This is Mission Control Houston, as you are seeing a live view of the recently connected Dragon Grace spacecraft with the Axiom Mission 4 astronauts and Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu arrive to the International Space Station, soft capture and contact at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, 6:31 a.m. Eastern, as the two were orbiting above the North Atlantic. And right now, the two mated with that soft capture, the soft capture ring retracting to pull the spacecraft closer to the International Space Station. And once given the go, the ring or the hooks around the Dragon nose cone will drive and connect to form a hard mate. Teams on the ground in both Houston.
Station Houston on the big loop. MCS configured, proceeding with hook driving.
Station copies.
And a great call there. That's the next step in this docking procedure, is the driving of the hooks, the 12 hooks surrounding the nose cone or the nose of the Dragon spacecraft. And we'll monitor those. They'll drive in 2 sets of 6. The first set of 6 right now, they're traveling, and we'll continue to follow along as the docking process continues on. And then after that first set of 6, the second set will drive and connect Dragon to form a hard mate to the International Space Station. And once the docking is complete, NASA astronauts Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, who have been monitoring from the International Space Station from the cupola of the Dragon's arrival, it'll be Ayers that'll begin the hatch opening or hatch operations. And that'll start by opening up the main hatch on the Node 2 Zenith section of the Harmony module. That's what you see Dragon connected to. And what's separating that module and the Dragon spacecraft is that and continuing to monitor that first set of 6 hooks forming that hard mate. And once the full set of 12, Ayers will continue the docking procedures with the leak checks and then begin making its way into the pressurized mating adapter. That's what you see between the Harmony module and the Dragon spacecraft, and access into there to then what we begin pressurizing the vestibule, that small compartment between the 2 hatches. And that vestibule has been exposed to the vacuum of space prior to Dragon Grace's arrival. So the next step is to carefully reintroduce that air and pressure inside so it matches both that of the station and the Dragon spacecraft. And we just received confirmation that the first set of 6 hooks have driven and closed, and we'll now begin the second set of 6 to continue that hard mate between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. If you are just joining us, this is Mission Control Houston, where Axiom Mission 4 aboard the Dragon Grace spacecraft have connected to the International Space Station.
at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, currently in the process from soft capture to the hard mate to the orbiting laboratory. First set of 6 hooks have closed, and now monitoring that second set of 6, 12 in total, to form that hard mate.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, hard capture complete.
Dragon copy. Hard capture complete.
And we just heard confirmation there. All 12 hooks have closed, and that is a hard mate to the Dragon Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station, completing from soft capture to that hard mate. And these So the soft capture ring retraction in progress, and then it'll be on to establishing umbilical connections between the spacecraft and the International Space Station. That'll allow for the transfer of communications and power through those umbilicals. So we're Dragon, you see that upper portion that's mostly black against the vacuum of space, but that's the solar arrays to provide Dragon power. Once those umbilicals are connected, that power will then be provided by the International Space Station, and communications will have that hardline connection with the umbilicals as well. And once those umbilicals have been connected, that'll complete the docking process, and that's when NASA astronauts Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers, namely Ayers, will jump into action and begin the leak checks and hatch opening procedures. And that'll allow the pressurization of the vestibule, the space between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station, to be brought to pressure equal to that of what is inside station and inside the Dragon spacecraft, about 14 psi, what you experience here on Earth as sea level. And then from there, the hatch operations will continue. And the Axiom Mission 4 team will make its way on board the International Space Station with welcome remarks soon to follow. Soft capture ring has now been stowed away, and the umbilicals are in motion again to connect Dragon Grace and the International Space Station, providing that communications, that direct line of communications and power.
Dragon, SpaceX on the big loop, docking sequence complete. Ground will be enabling hardline power and comm connections shortly. You are go to DOS suits per procedure 4.012 and begin post-docking cabin configuration per 4.400 in parallel.
Dragon copy. Docking complete. 4.012 and 4.400 are in work. And Grace is happy to be on Harmony.
Grace Station, we are excited to welcome you. Peggy, Shug, Suave, and Tibor, we cannot wait to open the hatch and give you guys a hug. We'll see you soon.
Looking forward to it.
And Axiom 4 from Houston, welcome aboard the International Space Station. It's an honor to have you join our outpost of international cooperation and exploration.
We are honored to be here. Thank you.
Very exciting moment for all those aboard. This is Mission Control Houston, and an exciting moment for all of us here at NASA's Johnson Space Center and the International Space Station flight control rooms, as well as the teams in Axiom Space, also in Houston, and in Hawthorne, California, and SpaceX as Axiom Mission 4, the private astronaut mission with Peggy Whitson, who you just heard talking on the big loop, the single line of communications between all four parties, sharing her excitement as she returns to the International Space Station, bringing up first-time flyers and pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO and mission specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA and Tibor Kapu of Hunor. Contact between the two, between Dragon Grace and the International Space Station at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And now that the hooks have connected, all 12 and umbilicals deployed, providing power and communications. Now the team inside the International Space Station, namely Nicole Ayers, is going to start beginning the hatch opening procedures. And now that we're docked, she will secure some hardware and then move right into those operations. And first we'll open the large hatch at the Node 2 Zenith, or the space-facing port side of the Harmony module. And that's what you see, similar to where that NASA logo is. That's the Harmony module that the pressurized mating adapter is jettisoning up into and connecting to the Dragon Grace spacecraft. And then from there, she'll traverse into that pressurized mating adapter, and we'll begin pressurizing the vestibule, which is that small space between the hatches on Dragon and the space station. And we have talked about this has been exposed to vacuum prior to docking, and we'll need to fill that space with air to make sure that pressure is equal with the atmospheric pressures on Dragon and the International Space Station. Also putting away some hardware in the process, including the docking across. And Ayers will use a small valve on the station's hatch to slowly introduce that air into the vestibule. And flight controllers here in Houston will continue to monitor the pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is A-OK and leak-free before we get ready to open up the hatches. From that capture moment, which again was 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern over the North Atlantic. It takes roughly about 2 hours to get everything pressurized and checked out before we open up the hatches and welcome in Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station. From that capture moment, which again was 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern over the North Atlantic. It takes roughly about 2 hours to get everything pressurized and checked out before we open up the hatches and welcome in Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station.
Dragon, SpaceX on Dragon Aground. That call on the cabin mic actually came over Dragon Aground.
Thanks for the catch. We reconfigured.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to follow along the progress of the contact capture and beginning of hatch opening procedures as Axiom Mission 4 has arrived to the International Space Station with contact at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. The soft capture and ring have been retracted and stowed away. The 12 hooks around the nose, the bulkhead there of the Dragon SpaceX connected to the pressurized mating adapter have latched on to create the hard mate. The umbilicals have been extended to allow for Dragon to run on power and communication lines provided by the International Space Station. And now looking at approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time for welcome remarks, and shortly after the Axiom Mission 4 team make their way through the hatchway and into the International Space Station.
The docking procedures between the soft capture ring, the hooks, and umbilicals have been completed.
Station on the big loop. Node 2 overhead hatch is open.
Houston copies.
Goedemorgen. Zo. Zo. Nou, de top was natuurlijk buitengewoon succesvol. Ik denk dat Nederland en Den Haag echt onwijs trots kan zijn op datgene wat er zowel in de organisatie gebeurd is, want het was natuurlijk een vlekkeloze top. En ook met een fantastisch resultaat, die ik ook eerder ook al heb gezegd, dat is echt historisch. En ik denk dat we over een aantal jaren terugkijken naar deze top. Van hier zijn belangrijke besluiten genomen in het kader van de vrede en veiligheid van Europa, Amerika en Canada.
Is er nou ook een einde gekomen aan de transatlantische relatiecrisis?
Nou, ik weet niet of hij er was, maar ik denk dat in ieder geval gisteren duidelijk is geworden dat Amerika de NATO vol steunt. Artikel 5 gewoon op geen enkele manier ter discussie staat. En Europa een belangrijk besluit heeft genomen, namelijk het been bij te trekken. En daarmee de transatlantische relatie in ieder geval versterkt is.
Heeft u dan ook tegen Donald Trump gezegd, nu wij hebben geleefd als Europa, wordt het misschien ook tijd om te stoppen met die handelsoorlog?
Nou, we moeten die twee dingen uit elkaar halen. Maar ik heb wel tegen hem gezegd dat voor wat betreft Nederland, een land wat eigenlijk bestaat bij de gratie van handel en open handel, dat wat ons betreft er eigenlijk helemaal geen tarieven moeten zijn. En wat ons betreft gewoon open handel moet kunnen zijn.
Ja, wordt het niet tijd dat de Verenigde Staten ophouden daarmee?
Nou ja, we zijn permanent in onderhandeling en dat gebeurt natuurlijk door de commissie. En ik ga ervan uit dat we uiteindelijk tussen de commissie en de Verenigde Staten goede onderhandelingen plaatsvinden. Dat het leidt tot voor iedereen gewenste resultaten.
Ja, maar stond hij ook voor het argument dat je tussen goede vrienden niet dit soort maatregelen neemt?
Ja, hij kijkt erg vanuit het Amerikaanse belang, dat weet u. En hij heeft mijn opmerkingen wel verstaan. En hij weet ook dat Nederland een belangrijke handelspartner is voor Amerika. Dat we ook ongeveer voor 1 miljoen mensen werkgelegenheid verzorgen. Dat we een onvoorstelbare hoeveelheden miljarden investeren in Amerika. En ik denk dat dat in ieder geval helpt in het hele proces.
Ja, vandaag weer een nieuwe top. Het is een topweek, kun je wel zeggen. Ja. Waar onder andere zal worden gesproken over een nieuw sanctiepakket tegen Rusland. Denkt u dat het gaat lukken om het daarover eens te worden met z'n allen?
Ja, dat moeten we zien, zeg ik heel eerlijk gezegd. Want het is bekend dat vaak sanctiepakketten toch erg moeilijk zijn om dat met volledige unanimiteit te doen. Maar ik heb goede hoop dat het 18e sanctiepakket er gaat komen.
Ja, maar u twijfelt nog of het daadwerkelijk vandaag gaat lukken?
Nou ja, het is ook bij de minister van Buitenlandse Zaken uiteindelijk dat het echt besloten wordt. Dus dat komt binnenkort daar weer terug. Maar we zullen het er ongetwijfeld vandaag over hebben.
Meneer Schoof, grote deal gesloten gisteren ook op de NAVO-top. Hoe werkt dat nu door deze EU-top? Is dit eigenlijk een soort follow-up op wat er gisteren al is besproken en besloten?
Ja, ik denk dat dit echt een andere top is. Waarin we ook wel even over defensie praten. Maar hier gaat het natuurlijk toch over andere onderwerpen zoals migratie, zoals over economie en de handel en de situatie in het Midden-Oosten. Dat zijn dus echt wel andere onderwerpen. Maar ongetwijfeld zal er ook nog even door de diverse regeringsleiders terug worden gekeken naar gisteren. En misschien ook nog wel worden gesproken over de vraag, ja, maar hoe zit het nou met de financiering? En dan kunnen we in ieder geval constateren dat met het pakket wat er nu ligt, hè, met de escape clause, met SAFE, toch een pakket van rond de 800 miljard in theorie. Met het European Defence Investment Program en met die Defensie Omnibus, dus voor de versimpeling, dat er echt heel veel maatregelen zijn genomen. En ik denk dat dat ook is wat we nu nodig hebben op dit moment. Echt niet nodig is om te spreken over nog weer nieuwe financieringsarrangementen ten behoeve van het halen van de 5%.
De Franse president Macron zei gisteren, laten we nu ook meteen het doorpakken. Na de NAVO-deal laten we ook een handelsvrede sluiten. Dat zijn letterlijk zijn woorden. En hij zegt het is eigenlijk absurd dat Amerika aan de ene kant een deal sluit met bondgenoten over defensiebudgetten. Aan de andere kant met diezelfde bondgenoten een handelsoorlog aanvecht. Deelt u daarmee?
Ja, ik denk dat het goed is om en gisteren een deal te hebben gesloten over 5%. En wat mij betreft zou het ideale tarief zijn 0%. En dat lijkt me echt ook de inzet. Maar het is nu aan de commissie en de Verenigde Staten om daar met elkaar samen uit te komen. Maar wat mij betreft 0%.
De Duitse bondskanselier Merz die was vrij kritisch deze week op de Europese Commissie. Hij vindt het allemaal te complex, te traag gaan, die onderhandeling. Hij zegt zelf, we moeten binnen enkele dagen al een deal sluiten met Amerika. Heeft hij gelijk?
Nou ja, soms heb je tijd nodig. Die tijd hebben we elkaar ook gegeven. En we hebben gezegd, we willen ook een beetje kalmte bewaren. Niet meegaan in alle retoriek. En zorgen dat je gewoon op een goede manier met de Amerikanen overlegt. Om daarmee het beste resultaat te halen. En nogmaals, het beste resultaat is 0%.
Maar u zegt, we hebben tijd nodig, maar de tijd dringt. 9 juli, dat is de deadline. Voor die tijd moet er een deal zijn. Dan staan de importheffingen fors omhoog. Hoe staat het met die onderhandelingen? Is een deal in zicht?
Ja, daar praten we vandaag over. En wellicht kan ik daar aan het eind van de dag iets meer over zeggen dan nu. Want er moet echt heel veel bijgepraat. Ik ben de afgelopen 2 dagen vooral bezig geweest met de NAVO-top. En met alles wat daarmee samenhing. En ik kijk terug op een buitengewoon mooie top.
Bent u bang dat Spanje misschien een spelbreker kan zijn? Trump bedreigt Spanje met handelsmaatregelen. Maar ja, de enige manier om Spanje te straffen met handelsmaatregelen is door de hele EU te straffen.
Nou, ik denk dat ik heb die opmerking gehoord op de persconferentie van president Trump. Maar er is natuurlijk veel te vroeg voor. Nu lopen die dingen nog echt los van elkaar. We hebben nu een deal gesloten met betrekking tot defensieuitgaven. En we zijn als Europese Commissie is nog een onderhandeling met de Verenigde Staten over de importtarieven.
Blijft voor Nederland nog steeds gelden dat u geen gebruik gaat maken van de opties die Europa biedt voor het lenen van geld voor de defensieuitgaven?
Ja, wat Nederland betreft, het Nederlands kabinet, maken wij geen gebruik van SAFE, omdat we het goedkoper kunnen lenen op de markt. Maar belangrijk voor Nederland is vooral dat we wel mee kunnen doen in de arrangementen die worden gesloten om die defensiemiddelen aan te schaffen. En dat ook derde landen daarin mee kunnen doen, zoals VK, Turkije en Noorwegen. Maar ook Amerika overigens. En met betrekking tot de escape clause, wij vinden het budgetair beheer uiteindelijk belangrijker. Maar ongetwijfeld zal dat ook de komende maanden nog veel discussie geven en wellicht ook bij de formatie.
Ja, want is het ook niet verleidelijk om te zeggen, we laten de begroting kort tijd wat verder oplopen, zodat we die defensieuitgaven ook kunnen doen die nodig zijn?
Ja, maar de verleidelijkheid is misschien precies het gevaar. Want uiteindelijk moet het allemaal wel betaald worden. Er is niet zoiets als gratis geld. En dan kan het, dus daarom dat we ook als Nederland zeggen, we maken daar geen gebruik van.
Maken landen die daar gebruik van maken maken die dan dus gebruik van gratis geld en doen die eigenlijk wel verkeerd bezig?
Nee, die maken hun eigen afweging, zolang ze zich maar realiseren dat het geld wel weer een keer terug moet worden betaald. En dat het niet zo is als je gebruik maakt van de escape clause, dat alsof dat gratis geld zou zijn. Nou, en ik denk dat het goed is om dat elke keer te realiseren.
Dus ik ondersteun eigenlijk de aanpak van traders, met die certificaten die al veel meer worden, zich niet kan provoceren.
Nou, het sanctiepakket is in de bilaterale overleg wel aan de orde geweest, omdat in Amerika ligt ook een sanctiepakket in de Senaat. En dat sanctiepakket is een beetje pending tussen de Senaat en de White House. En ja, dat is daar aan de orde. En het is aan de Amerikaanse partij om te kijken of ze ook dat sanctiepakket al dan niet invoeren. En ondertussen werkt Europa hard door en vindt er wel coördinatie plaats. Ja, ik denk dat een sanctiepakket zoals dit 18e sanctiepakket, dat is echt wel weer een vrij stevig sanctiepakket, omdat het ook onder andere met betrekking tot de bank raakt. Ik denk dat dat in die zin echt een belangrijk sanctiepakket is. Maar de druk op Rusland, die we belangrijk vinden om te worden opgevoerd, wordt natuurlijk veel steviger als ook de Amerikanen hun sanctiepakket activeren. Ja. Ja, inderdaad, we beginnen met het migratieontbijt. Een initiatief, zoals je weet, van Giorgia Meloni met de Frederiks en mijzelf. En ik denk dat het heel goed is dat we daar weer spreken, onder andere over terugkeer. Dat blijft een belangrijk onderwerp, om te kijken hoe we dat voor elkaar kunnen boksen. En we spreken onder andere ook, wat mij betreft, over de terugkeerregeling voor de Oekraïners. Ik moet eigenlijk zeggen, de tijdelijke regeling voor de ontheemden. Maar alvast nadenken over als er een staakt het vuren en vrede komt in de Oekraïne, hoe we dan met die regelingen omgaan om te zorgen dat uiteindelijk de wederopbouw van de Oekraïne ook door de mensen die nu in Europa zijn mee kan worden geholpen om dat te realiseren. Oh, dat zou zomaar kunnen, omdat zeg maar die manier van werken, dat is een manier die ook al een aantal keer aan de orde is geweest. Ook in de brief van alweer een tijd geleden van Ursula von der Leyen heeft gestaan. Nederland is daar ook zeer in geïnteresseerd om dat te doen. En ook te kijken om daar al mee te beginnen, ook al hebben we het allemaal nog niet precies geregeld. Maar wel op een manier dat het ook de steun van de Europese Commissie kan rekenen. Nou, hartelijk dank. Well, I think it was a very good summit, and we achieved a big result with the 5% increased defense spending, which I think is very important for peace and security in Europe, in Canada, and the United States. So I'm happy. Yes. Yeah, I think it's very important that Mr. Trump is putting a lot on the table to create ceasefires. And as Europe, we should step up and then go along in creating diplomacy, because that's always the best answer to every conflict, and try to realize ceasefire and peace through diplomacy. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Meters from what they call waypoint 1 into docking. A lot of focus on what's being shown on the displays. We have several parameters that we're monitoring: closure rate, what they call the corridor, etc. There are a few things that could cause the system to stop or retreat or even break out, which means you'd come back and try to rendezvous on another day. So that's really what's going on, at least technically, I guess, in your mind. Obviously, emotionally, it's a completely different story. You know, you've been in there in these cases, their cases, they've been in there for, almost 30 hours since launch. Not a ton to do. And so they're very eager, I'm sure, to get aboard the ISS and start working.
So for you, on your missions, say AX-1 and AX-3, what was this moment of the anticipation of the hatch opening? What was that like for you and your crew?
You know, like a lot of spaceflight, it's very busy, and you're trying to juggle a couple of different emotions. I mean, obviously, one is you've got a lot to do. They're getting out of their suits. They're putting on their flight suits to get across. They've got some reconfiguration of the onboard systems to take care of. So on that plane, you know, you're sort of focused on the task at hand. But secondarily, you're thinking, again, a lot about, you know, what it's taken to get here, what is this going to be like when I float aboard the ISS for the first time. So there's an emotional component that is also pretty strong. A lot going on.
So backing up even further, before you get to that kind of emotional moment of crossing the threshold, tell me a little bit more about the journey to get to that point. We, on this end, get to see launch, ascent, and then spacecraft separation. But after that, as you mentioned, you're kind of on your own. What are some of the hallmarks of your transit up to the station?
Yeah, as you know, Ronnie, from the time of post-orbital insertion, when the Dragon is configured for on-orbit operations, until you really start the approach initiation, you're basically playing catch-up. And I heard it very well explained by John yesterday on the broadcast during launch, that it's basically you're on the same lane as the ISS, but now you've got to catch up. And the way we catch up is by having an orbit with a lower altitude than the ISS. So we actually go around the Earth a little bit faster each time. And with each lap around the Earth, we get closer and closer. And so there's not a ton to do. Those maneuvers to adjust the orbital altitude, we call them burns. They happen, first of all, automatically. Of course, we are monitoring when they're going on. But between those things, there's not a ton to do. The Dragon is a very efficient spacecraft for what it is meant to do, which is transit to get you from the Earth to the ISS. But it's not really cut out to be an on-orbit anything, really. So you're just sort of hanging out. They'll have they will have had a sleep period while they wait to get there. But there isn't a ton to do between those maneuvers, and so it's really kind of a hurry up and wait. Again, a lot like a lot of human spaceflight, very intense activities, followed by some pretty long lulls occasionally.
And so then when do you get to go from that free-flying, like, transit mode to the rendezvous and docking phase?
Yeah, so after that series of maneuvers to change the altitude, we start approach initiation. And I would say that the transition is really when the spacecraft starts pointing at the ISS. Until then, the attitude is really optimized for power and communications considerations. But when it gets beyond a certain point, it starts actually looking at the ISS, and then you start being able to pick it up in the displays through the forward-looking cameras that are on board.
L.A., you've described the moment of getting into microgravity as you've transitioned into another plane, another world, another moment. Can you share a little bit of that thought, that mindset, as you transition from, obviously, the acceleration of launch into microgravity and being in that other world? I'd love to hear your perspective on that transition.
Yeah, you know, Paul, it's interesting. I mean, it really is kind of like a parallel universe in a way. We all live our lives in 1G pretty much our entire lives. But when you make that transition, it really is a very different sensation. For the first time you feel it, you can't even believe it. I mean, it's a little bit like the zero-G airplane that we are trained in, but of course, instead of lasting 20 seconds or so, it lasts effectively forever. And so that sensation, I mean, it just brings a smile to your face when you let go of something and it just stays hovering in front of you. And it just never gets old. It's really quite remarkable.
I love it. And obviously our crew in Dragon right now is in that other plane, in that other world of microgravity, being constant. So we're walking.
Ja.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren. Good morning, everyone. Ich freue mich sehr auf meinen ersten Europäischen Rat heute in Brüssel. Ich bin das erste Mal dabei. Wir haben eine große Zahl von Themen zu besprechen. Natürlich noch einmal der Nachklang des NATO-Rates von gestern und die Konsequenzen für die Europäische Union. Wir werden über die Wettbewerbsfähigkeit der europäischen Industrie zu sprechen haben. Wir sprechen über eine ganze Reihe von weiteren Themen, die die Europäische Union zukunftsfähig machen soll. Ich unterstütze die Kommission, ich unterstütze die Präsidentin der Europäischen Kommission, um ihr Bemühen bei der Wettbewerbsfähigkeit voranzukommen. Ich unterstütze die EU-Kommission auch bei allen Anstrengungen, jetzt schnell zu einem Handelsabkommen mit den USA zu kommen. Ich möchte, dass wir Mercosur auf den Weg bringen und weitere Handelsabkommen abschließen. Europa steht vor entscheidenden Wochen und Monaten. Die Unterstützung der Bundesregierung der Bundesrepublik Deutschland hat diese Europäische Union, und ich möchte gerne zurück in Brüssel nach vielen, vielen Jahren meinen persönlichen Beitrag dazu leisten, dass Europa erfolgreich in die nächsten Jahre geht. Herzlichen Dank.
Herr Bundeskanzler, eine Frage.
Today's meeting, I have three topics to mention. First is defense. NATO's top summit was, in my opinion, a success, but that doesn't mean that everything is done. Work continues. Europe has lots to do. For example, also with the Baltic defense line on the eastern border, we have to work more. Second thing is Ukraine. helping Ukraine means that we should pressure Russia continuously. That means 18 sanction package as strong as possible.
And also enlargement, both Ukraine and Moldova. These are very important topics. And third one is on the shadow fleet. We should do more on the shadow fleet because in the Baltic Sea it's
environmental ticking bomb, to be honest, and also Russia's like a cash route. To be honest, to make it simple, Russia, like drug dealers, usually don't like when you ask for documents. So that is with the shadow fleet, we must act also. So these are the main topics today. Thank you. Yeah.
Will this 18 sanction package go through today? And is it really strong enough? And will the oil price cap be included?
A simple answer to your question probably would be that to my liking everything would be inside what you mentioned, but already the 18 sanction package as on energy finance, which are quite strong messages, but I would also like to raise the question of oil price cap. Thank you.
When it comes to the sanctions, do you think with the blockage of Hungary and Slovakia and community, you have consequences trying to stay in?
No, I would say that Europe has had always discussions, and it will have discussions on different topics. It's not a weakness. It means that everybody has their own opinions, but Europe has grown stronger, I would say, in the last 6 months or 1 year.
The club, the friends behind Ukraine is much larger than European Union, and it's visible also in different conferences and the European Council. So I would say we probably will achieve everything we want to, but to keep that in mind that even though the NATO summit was a success, everybody will increase defense expenditure also to help Ukraine. We should do on the European side also more. Yeah. Yeah.
After this successful NATO summit, do you expect like a net escalation with the trade war
That was not the topic there, to be honest, and I'm liberal. So, to my personal opinion, usually there are no winners in trade war. I know that trade is European Commission's responsibility. It's divided this way. And I know that they are talking to the United States as much as possible to achieve results. And I'm keeping my fingers crossed because, to be honest, free trade usually goes with the security and wealth of nations, not the other way around. Protectionism, tariffs usually work against it. So on the security base, yes, I would say that yesterday's messages from the States that the transatlantic bond is strong. We work together to secure the world, to have rule-based world. That was a very good message. But on the trade commission, and we have a lot of work to do with the States. So thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
a.m. Central Time. So far, everything's still being worked on in terms of those hatch opening procedures as the Dragon spacecraft has connected itself to the Node 2 Zenith port, or the space-facing port of the International Space Station, and we'll bring you back those views as soon as we have them, as we are continuing our coverage all the way up until those welcome remarks and bringing on the Axiom Mission 4 team, the fourth private astronaut mission to the orbiting laboratory. On board the International Space Station as we speak, as you heard those comms checkouts and power and communications checkouts continuing to roll on along. NASA astronauts Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean, who monitored Dragon's progress throughout the morning, from the approach initiation burn all the way through to the contact and capture. They are beginning those hatch opening procedures, and we'll continue to look at the APAS hatch and the pressurized mating adapter. That's the space that separates between the International Space Station and the Harmony module and the Dragon spacecraft itself. And in there, those series of hatches, the APAS hatch is, and the vestibule, of course, is what needs to be pressurized to allow for the APAS hatch on the International Space Station side to be opened and stowed away. And then from that angle, then it'll allow for the Dragon team to open up their side of their hatch. And once the pressure is equal between Dragon, the vestibule, and the International Space Station, that'll allow for the crew to come on board the orbiting laboratory and bring the crew, the Expedition 73 crew, which right now is a crew of 7, and welcome in their guests, Axiom Mission 4, and bring up the total to 11. There you can see on your screen the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft together orbiting over the southeasternmost portion of Australia. And they are in an orbital nighttime period right now, and that'll stretch on for another few more moments. And we hope to have those great views of the space station and the Dragon spacecraft once the sunrise and orbital daytime has returned. And again, tracking an 8:35 a.m. Central Time welcome remark. And shortly before then, you'll see the crew, and we'll have all that coverage and views of the Axiom Mission 4 team making its way into the orbiting laboratory. And again, a great interview there with Michael Lopez Alegria, commander, former NASA astronaut and commander of Axiom 1 and Axiom 3. And the ISS, the International Space Station, ready to welcome in Peggy Whitson, a former NASA astronaut, on her 5th flight, second with Axiom as commander of Axiom 2 and now of Axiom Mission 4, and bringing in pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor, each representing India, Poland, and Hungary respectively. It'll be the first time that those 3 nations have been on board the International Space Station. And that'll bring 14 different private astronaut crew members representing 11 different nations to the orbiting lab, showcasing the strength of private astronaut missions and how it expands access to the International Space Station and low Earth orbit for more nations, people, and opportunities. So we continue to follow along with the hatch opening procedures that Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean of NASA each working diligently through, and we'll continue to provide updates as they arrive. During that interview, we did hear that there was some troubleshooting that they were working on the big loop that has since been resolved. So we should hear communications on that big loop that connects both the Dragon spacecraft, the International Space Station, and the teams on the ground here inside of Mission Control Houston and the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center, and well, the teams in Hawthorne, California, and the Mission Control Room at SpaceX. Currently on board the International Space Station. Oh.
Station Houston on the big loop for PMA.
Houston Station, go ahead on the big loop.
Hey, we're about to get you into your next activity, but in the meantime, would you mind setting up a video of the PMA so that we could watch the crew ingress? You can use the Node 2 Camera 1 or Camera 2.
That's going to work.
Thank you.
Communications from the ground here in Mission Control Houston up to the International Space Station, that PMA, pressurized mating adapter, and that is where NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers is currently operating in the hatch opening procedures, and they're asking to set up a camera so we can get live views in and witness the Axiom Mission 4 crew as they ingress or enter the International Space Station. So we'll keep an eye out for those views coming from that pressurized mating adapter just inside the Zenith, Node 2 at Zenith port of the International Space Station, that space-facing port. Before those communications, we're going to stay aboard the International Space Station as we speak. The 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew, featuring Anne McLean and Nicole Ayers, who are prime characters in today's docking operations, joined by Takuya Onishi of JAXA and Kirill Peskov, alongside NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, Sergei Ryzhikov, and Alexei Zubritsky. You heard during the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria some of those key milestones and celebratory moments that he celebrated in his time as the commander of Axiom at Mission 1 and Axiom Mission 3 earlier, bringing those first-time flyers in Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Tibor Kapu into microgravity for the very first time. The International Space Station also featuring first-time flyers Nicole Ayers and Kirill Peskov, alongside with Johnny Kim and Alexei Zubritsky. For Ayers and Peskov, they recently just celebrated their 100th day in orbit this past Monday.
You actually have both Node 2 cameras on. You guys are welcome aboard.
Fantastic. Those are great views. Thank you.
And there you see the live view that the team on board the International Space Station has just set up for us to see as we are inside the pressurized mating adapter looking into what will be the APAS hatch that will eventually be pressurized and the vestibule pressurized, pardon me, to welcome the Axiom Mission 4 crew aboard once everything is equal in pressure from SpaceX Dragon to the vestibule to the International Space Station, and the hatches on the Dragon and Space Station side are open. Everything will be on schedule to welcome in the 4-member crew. And the, again, welcome remarks tracking for approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time, 9:35 a.m. Eastern, and you heard Michael Lopez Alegria talking about the pinning ceremony that will take place during those welcome remarks. I'm looking forward to seeing those as the team aboard the International Space Station continuing to work through their hatch opening procedures.
Since launching from Launch Complex 39A and NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central, 2:31 a.m. Eastern, the Axiom Mission 4 crew above the newly named Dragon SpaceX Grace spacecraft have tracked down the International Space Station through a stair-stepping procedure of multiple burns that occurred from just moments or a few moments after launch up until the early morning hours today, to allow them to catch up to the orbiting laboratory and set up for the final approach and docking. And that contact with the orbiting laboratory at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And from that point on, it takes about 2 hours or so to allow for the hatch opening and hard mating procedures to be complete, umbilicals to be run, power and communications to be connected. And once everything is set, that's where you'll begin to see the hatch opening procedures and lead up to those welcoming remarks. As you're following along with us as we continue to wait for views of the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft as they are in an orbital nighttime period, making their way across the Pacific Ocean and approaching the equator, almost right in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. We'll get those views back from the exterior cameras. And the astronauts on board the International Space Station continuing to configure the cameras for views inside the orbiting lab. If you are just joining us, you are watching live coverage of the docking of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station, the 4th private astronaut mission to the orbiting lab and the first since January of 2024. Docking has occurred, and that was exactly an hour ago, 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern. And now with Axiom Mission 4 attached to the International Space Station, docking and leak checks and hatch procedures and opening procedures continuing to move along. The crew aboard the SpaceX Dragon Grace spacecraft going through their procedures, as well as the 7 members of the Expedition 73 crew who are in the middle of their workday, and namely NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and Anne McLean, who oversaw today's approach monitoring from the cupola of the International Space Station, that window to the world that you see so many wonderful views from. And Nicole Ayers currently working in the space-facing hatch of the Harmony module. We're on the other side of the APAS hatch and vestibule is the Dragon SpaceX spacecraft. Airs will use a small valve on that station's hatch to slowly introduce air into the vestibule. That's the space between the Dragon spacecraft and the International Space Station. That area has been exposed to vacuum of space, so that needs to be brought up to 1 atmosphere, or about 14 psi, what we know here on Earth as the pressure at sea level. And the flight controllers here in Houston will continue to monitor that pressure and temperature readings inside and verify that everything is leak-free before we go ahead and open up the hatches. Just received communications from the team here inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room that the vestibule leak check has been successful, and it is good. So they will continue to move forward with the hatch opening procedures. And again, you heard in the interview with Michael Lopez Alegria, slow is smooth, smooth is fast, as these teams making sure everything is sealed up and safe as they continue through hatch opening procedures.
Station Houston on the Big Loop. We are doing some more troubleshooting for the C2V2 audio issue, so Big Loop is going to be down for another 5 minutes. In the meantime, you are go to pick up in step 3.1 of 2.102, and NASA TV should be available on VME TV now.
You heard communications radioed up to the crew aboard the International Space Station on the Big Loop that they are continuing with the troubleshooting of that communications as we are looking live up towards that node to Zenith hatch in the Harmony module, and you see several members of the Expedition 73 crew in and out of the field of view. That is Nicole Ayers going into the pressurized mating adapter and continuing hatch opening procedures, and she is wearing the long-sleeved navy polo. And the red polo that just flew by, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi. We've also seen glimpses of Anne McLean in the field of view, as well as certainly everybody aboard the International Space Station anxious and excited to welcome Axiom Mission 4 with Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, mission specialist Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski, and mission specialist Tibor Kapu aboard the orbiting laboratory. This is Mission Control Houston. If you are just joining us, you are following along with live coverage of the docking and soon-to-be hatch opening and welcome remarks of Axiom Mission 4 to the International Space Station. The mission began with the launch off of Launch Complex 39A and NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central, 2:31 a.m. Eastern. That took them on a journey that was a little more than a day to get them to the orbiting lab. They have since docked, and contact was at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. And after the connections made, the hooks driving to form the hard mate, umbilicals with power and communications connections all run. Now it is those hatch opening procedures and leak checks that the crew is currently working through aboard the International Space Station, while the crew aboard
Station
the
on
Axiom.
2 for step 3.2, seeing about 0 for the DVTT, looking for your go to continue.
We see the same. You're good to proceed.
And continued communications as Nicole Ayers once again floating into that pressurized mating adapter and continuing those hatch opening procedures to welcome Axiom Mission 4. The target welcoming remark ceremony time, 8:35 a.m. Central. So a little more than 2 hours from now as leak checks and pressurization checks continue on before the APAS hatch and the vestibule and all procedures can be completed. And a great view of some of those procedures as Nicole Ayers, again, you can see her with that right hand turning the crank and working on that hatch to continue those procedures.
Dragon, station, this is Houston on the Big Loop for comm checks.
Dragon has you loud and clear. Dragon on the Big Loop, we have you loud and clear.
And Dragon, we read you the same.
Great communications checks there as the teams on the ground continuing to work on those communications between the International Space Station and the ground, as well as the teams here in Mission Control Houston and Dragon, as we are watching live inside of the International Space Station up into the Node 2 Zenith hatchway as NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers continuing with her hatch opening procedures. Docking of Axiom Mission 4 to the orbiting laboratory occurred about an hour and 10 minutes ago at 5:31 a.m. at Central, and since then the crews for both station and inside Dragon have been going through those procedures and making sure everything is as it needs to be, including the proper leak checks and stowage from both perspectives, before continuing on with hatch opening procedures and welcoming remarks. We'll continue to provide updates, and you'll hear calls on the Big Loop of all four parties, NASA's Mission Control and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, SpaceX in Hawthorne, California, and the teams and the Expedition 73 crew aboard the International Space Station and Axiom Mission 4 aboard the Dragon and Grace
Dragon, Houston on the Big
spacecraft.
Loop. Stand by for hardline audio config.
Dragon copies.
also a part of these procedures, and once hatch opening continues to move along, the crews will install IMV ducting to help mix the air of the space station environment with the air inside of Dragon and seal up some of those lithium hydroxide cartridges that scrub the carbon dioxide inside of the Dragon spacecraft. And that was on their ride to the International Space Station. They'll also check some vent valves as we go and maybe need a little bit more time on board, but these last final checks are crucial to make sure everything is good to go, since it will remain docked to the International Space Station for nearly 2 weeks. With the arrival of Axiom at Mission 4 and the Dragon Grace spacecraft, newly named and given by Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4, shortly after launch yesterday morning, that now brings 5 spacecraft to the International Space Station, 2 Dragon spacecraft, a Soyuz MS-27 spacecraft, and 2 Progress vehicles, cargo vehicles, attached to the orbiting outpost. For Dragon, it is Endurance and Grace, connected to the forward and now zenith ports of the Harmony module, with 2 Progress vehicles and that Soyuz MS-27 also connected. And once the Axiom Mission 4 crew makes its way aboard station, that'll bring, since 1998, 288 visitors to the orbital outpost. Nicole Ayers, NASA astronaut, has returned to inside the pressurized mating adapter and working on the APAS hatch and hatch opening procedures as we continue to get great
Dragon
views from
Houston on the
inside the
Big Loop.
International Space
Com
Station.
check. Hardline audio configuration complete, and we have resolved the audio issues on C2V2.
That sounds great, because we have you loud and clear.
We read you the same.
And that was a good communications checkout from the teams on the ground up to Dragon Grace on the C2V2 line, common communications for visiting vehicles, and that communications line connecting all parties. As we continue to work through hatch opening procedures, and again targeting approximately 8:35 a.m. Central Time for welcoming remarks as the International Space Station and Expedition 73 crew bring in and welcome aboard Axiom Mission 4. Both the orbiting laboratory and the newly docked SpaceX Dragon spacecraft over the northern Pacific Ocean, about to cross into the west coast of North America, right along the U.S.-Canadian border. And also around that time, we will start seeing an orbital daytime period, as Dragon and the International Space Station have been orbiting in a nighttime phasing. Currently experiencing a satellite handover period, and we'll continue to bring you the live views from the International Space Station, both inside or exterior. Once communications is established, which should be here in the next few moments. Until then, you can see on this map where exactly we're talking about, where the station and Dragon orbiting over the Pacific Ocean and about to cross over North America and over the northernmost territories of Canada. As we wait for those communications to return, to recap, Axiom Mission 4 has connected with the International Space Station after launching from NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central Time to connect with the space station at 5:31 a.m. Central this morning. So a little more than a day's transit, and where it would execute a sequence of burns to raise its altitude and close the distance between Dragon spacecraft, Dragon Grace, and the International Space Station through a phase burn, boost burn, close burn, transfer burn, and then eventually the co-elliptic burn, to make sure that the spacecraft is on the same pathway as the International Space Station and able to make its way up and over top of it to connect to the space-facing port of the Harmony module, the Node 2 Zenith port. As we now get views back inside of the International Space Station, that is a view from the other side. We mentioned the space-facing port that is looking up into where the hatchways will be to allow for the Axiom Mission 4 crew to pass through and be brought aboard the International Space Station. For Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4, her second flight as an Axiom commander after previously serving as commander of Axiom Mission 2. This is her 5th flight and return to the International Space Station, where she continues to build on an impressive career, the most experienced United States astronaut. Entered the mission with 675 days to her credit, and will certainly add to that record-setting total in her time aboard the orbiting laboratory and bringing up pilot Shubhanshu Shukla of ISRO, Sławomir Uznański-Wiśniewski of Polsa, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor. And for Shukla, Uznański-Wiśniewski, and Kapu, representing India, Poland, and Hungary respectively, for those nations, it'll be their first time coming to the International Space Station. Nicole Ayers, and the last one into the hatch, I believe that was Anne McLean, making her way in as they continue to work through hatch opening procedures. In the middle there, that is Expedition 73 Commander Takuya Onishi of JAXA. And then you just momentarily saw NASA astronaut Johnny Kim float in and out of view as the crew working together to continue these procedures, moving around some equipment, and to allow for the access to the APAS hatch after successful vestibule pressurization and checks. And that's the operations that Nicole Ayers is working on right now with Takuya Onishi. And Johnny Kim with camera in hand to document these procedures. And again, just on the other side of this hatchway is where the Axiom Mission 4 crew going through procedures of their own, inventory and doffing their suits that they wore on the uphill ride to their initial orbit. And after an off-duty period, would put back on for those dynamic phases of flight, starting with the approach initiation burn. That occurred earlier this morning. If you are just joining us, good morning from Mission Control in Houston in the International Space Station Flight Control Room as we are looking live inside of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Nicole Ayers and Ann McClain alongside with Commander of Expedition 73 and JAXA astronaut Takuya Onishi going through a hatch opening procedures. And there you can see as the team has worked together to open up that A-pass hatch and continue on with those procedures to welcome aboard eventually the Axiom Mission 4 crew with the welcome remarks currently still
Station on
charging.
the Big Loop, the APAS hatch is open and no condensation observed on the seals.
Houston copies. Looks great. Thank you.
A perfect call down right there, as that is the A-pass hatch that we were just mentioning that Nicole Ayers and team have opened up and radioing down the status and condition of that hatch with no condensation reported. And as Nicole Ayers continues to work on that hatch, you'll also see that hatch be covered up to give an extra level of safety to allow for the Axiom Mission 4 team to pass smoothly without having to worry about any additional hazards as they pass through the vestibule and pressurized mating adapter and eventually into the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Another step in this hatch opening procedure is the removal of the docking cross, which it looks like that is what Nicole Ayers is working on as we speak. And you sometimes catch glimpses of it on the docking procedures that was exposed to the vacuum of space to help provide targeting for visiting vehicles. But that'll be another step in this hatch opening process, again, to help clear the way for that pass-through between the Dragon SpaceX Grace spacecraft and the International Space Station. Hatch opening procedures continuing to move along for the teams aboard the International Space Station and Axiom Mission 4 as we draw closer and closer to the anticipated hatch opening and eventual welcome remarks And we thank you for tuning in and joining us this morning as we are live from the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, Texas, monitoring Nicole Ayers as she continues to work through those step-by-step procedures. As the hatchway, there you see the large square structure just off to the right-hand side of our field of view with that window in the middle was
Station
opened up.
Houston on the big loop. Just want to clarify, we want the standoff cross stowed in the standoff cross cover bag.
Station copies.
And that's the teams here on the ground assisting the astronauts on board the station with those hatch opening procedures. As again, that the zenith hatchway we were just mentioning before the comms opened to the right that allowed Nicole Ayers and team to pass through. And that docking cross that was just removed will be inserted into its own bag. And there is NASA astronaut Ann McLean to join Ayers in the hatchway and continue on with those procedures as they now look to cover up the APAS hatch, which was just opened a few moments ago, to provide an extra layer of safety and protection for astronauts passing through.
SpaceX Dragon, suit drying is complete.
And Dragon, we copy on the big loop, suit drying complete.
Good insight there from the Axiom Mission 4 perspective of their procedures that they are currently going through in anticipation of hatch opening, and welcome remarks as they make their way into the International Space Station after connecting and docking to the International Space Station about an hour and a half ago. 5:31 a.m. Central, 6:31 a.m. Eastern. They went through their procedures, inventory, and stowage, and the doffing of their
suits that they wore from launch yesterday morning
from Cape Canaveral, Florida, at NASA's Kennedy Space Center, and then during the dynamic portions of operations, and are now settling into their flight suits that they will bring in and wear as they cruise into the International Space Station. And that's the view we see from the orbiting laboratory is NASA astronaut Ann McLean and Nicole Ayers working through their procedures for hatch opening. The APAS hatch is open after successful vestibule pressurization and checks. They are now covering up that APAS hatch.
And SpaceX Dragon in step 5 of 2.102. We're waiting your go for hatch open.
Dragon, SpaceX copies on the big loop. You are standing by for hatch opening. We are waiting for hardline connections to be complete. I'll call back with a go.
Okay, thanks. Sorry to rush you.
There you heard Axiom Mission 4 Commander Peggy Whitson radioing down to the team at SpaceX. They are awaiting the go for hatch opening. I'd imagine the crew aboard the Dragon Gray spacecraft anxious and excited to float into the International Space Station for the very first time. And you just saw that orange ductwork or hose-like piece of equipment that Anne McClain and Nicole Ayers were just operating with. That's a part of helping mix the air between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft. They'll continue to check some vent valves as well, so it just might be a little bit more time before we welcome the crew on board. But these final checks, again, critical to making sure that everything is good and sealed tight with no leaks and no issues, as Dragon Grace will be docked to the International Space Station for approximately the next 2 weeks.
Properly recognize this historic change in continental security that other presidents tried to do, other presidents talked about. President Trump accomplished it. It's a huge deal. You see, we're here this morning because in hunting for scandals all the time, in trying to find wedges and spin stories, this press corps and the press corps miss historic moments. You miss historic moments like 5% at NATO, which when you hear, I was in the closed door briefing, I wish there could have been cameras in there. When you heard the prime ministers and presidents of other countries, to a man and to a woman, looking at President Trump and saying, this never could have happened, never would have happened. It seemed impossible 5 years ago, 2 years ago, 8 years ago. But here we are because of your leadership. If you ask them the question, I bet they'd say the same thing. But searching for scandals, you miss historic moments, like recruiting at the Pentagon. Historic levels in the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Yeah, maybe there'll be a little mention here or there, but because it was under President Trump's leadership, because Americans are responding to him as commander-in-chief, the press corps doesn't want to write about it. Or bring us to the topic of the moment, the highly successful strikes in Iran. Let me read the bottom line here. President Trump directed the most complex and secretive military operation in history, and it was a resounding success, resulting in a ceasefire agreement and the end of the 12-day war. There's been a lot of discussion about what happened and what didn't happen. Step back for a second. Because of decisive military action, President Trump created the conditions to end the war, decimating, choose your word, obliterating, destroying Iran's nuclear capabilities. I want to read some of the assessments that have been provided, because whether it's fake news, CNN, MSNBC, or the New York Times, there's been fawning coverage of a preliminary assessment. I've had a chance to read it. Every outlet has breathlessly reported on a preliminary assessment from DIA. I'm looking at it right now. Again, it was preliminary, a day and a half after the actual strike, when it admits itself in writing that it requires weeks to accumulate the necessary data to make such an assessment. It's preliminary. It points out that it's not been coordinated with the intelligence community at all. There's low confidence in this particular report. It says in the report there are gaps in the information. It says in the report multiple linchpin assumptions are what this assessment, a linchpin assumption, you know what that is? That means your entire premise is predicated on a linchpin. If you're wrong, everything else is wrong. And yet, still, this report acknowledges it's likely severe damage. Again, this is preliminary, but leaked
because someone had an agenda to try to muddy the waters and make it look like this historic strike wasn't successful. I'm going to get to the chairman in a moment because he's going to lay out the particulars for you based on his professional military experience. But here's what other folks are saying. The DIA that put that report out says that this is a preliminary low-confidence report and will continue to be refined as additional intelligence becomes available. How about the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission? The devastating U.S. strikes on Fordow destroyed the site's critical infrastructure and rendered the enrichment facility inoperable. Have any of these quotes made their way into the New York Times or the Washington Post? MSNBC? CNN? Any of these quotes? How about this one? This is a new one from the UN, the United Nations. No friend of the United States, or certainly Israel often. Here's the head of the UN Atomic Energy Agency this morning, Rafael Grossi. U.S. and Israeli strikes caused enormous damage to Iran's nuclear sites. Don't take my word for it. How about the IDF's chief of staff? I can say here that the assessment is that we significantly damaged the nuclear program, setting it back by years. I repeat, years. The Iranian foreign minister, the spokesman, our nuclear installations have been badly damaged, that's for sure. I'm sure that's an understatement. John Radcliffe, the director of the CIA, putting out a statement just last night. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates Iran's nuclear program has been severely damaged by recent targeted strikes. This includes new intelligence from a historically reliable, very different than preliminary assessment with low confidence. He's saying historically reliable and accurate source and method that several key Iranian nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over the course of years. CIA continues to collect additional reliably sourced information to keep appropriate decision makers fully informed. How about DNI Tulsi Gabbard yesterday? She writes, and I quote, "New intelligence confirms what POTUS has stated numerous times. Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed." Institute for Science and International Security President David Albright, overall, Israel and U.S. attacks have effectively destroyed Iran's centrifuge enrichment program. Time and time again, I can go down the list. Those that understand, those that see, those that do proper assessments recognize that what the United States military did was historic. Before I pass it to the chairman, because you, and I mean specifically you, the press, specifically you, the press corps, because you cheer against Trump so hard, it's like in your DNA and in your blood to cheer against Trump, because you want him not to be successful so bad, you have to cheer against the efficacy of these strikes. You have to hope maybe they weren't effective. Maybe the way the Trump administration has represented them isn't true. So let's take half-truths, spun information, leaked information, and then spin it in every way we can to try to cause doubt and manipulate the public mind over whether or not our brave pilots were successful. How many stories have been written about how hard it is to, fly a plane for 36 hours? Has MSNBC done that story? Has Fox? Have we done the story how hard that is? Have we done it 2 or 3 times so that American people understand? How about how difficult it is to shoot a drone from an F-15 or 16 or F-22 or F-35? Or what it's like to man a Patriot battery? Or how hard it is to refuel midair? Giving the American people an understanding of how complex and sophisticated this mission really was. There are so many aspects of what our brave men and women did that because of the hatred of this press corps are undermined because your people are trying to leak and spin that it wasn't successful. It's irresponsible. And folks in this room are privy to that information because of the proximity here in the Pentagon. It's an important responsibility. And time again, classified information is leaked or peddled for political purposes to try to make the president look bad. And what's really happening is you're undermining the success of incredible B-2 pilots and incredible F-35 pilots and incredible refuelers and incredible air defenders who accomplished their mission, set back a nuclear program in ways that other presidents would have dreamed. How about we celebrate that?
How about we talk about how special America is, that only we have these capabilities? I think it's too much to ask, unfortunately, for the fake news. So we're used to that. But we also have an opportunity to stand at the podium and read the truth of what's really happening. And the reality is, you want to call it destroyed, you want to call it defeated, you want to call it obliterated, choose your word. This was an historically successful attack, and we should celebrate it as Americans. And it gives us a chance to have peace, chance to have a deal, and an opportunity to prevent a nuclear Iran, which is something President Trump talked about for 20 years, and no other presidents had the courage to actually do. So with that, I want to hand it over to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs. They've done technical analysis on this, not just on the strike, but also on our Patriot defenders, on Al Udeid. And Mr. Chairman, I'll hand it over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, and all of you. Thank you for being here. As a follow-up to my comments on Sunday's press conference, I wanted to give you a few updates this morning on something I'm honored to do as a chairman, and that's a chance to get to talk about some of our service members and the incredible things that they do on behalf of our nation. And I apologize ahead of time for the length and the detail. Today I'm going to brief you on a couple things. First, I'm going to talk about our air defenders at Al Udeid in Qatar and their actions on Monday. Then I'm going to walk you through a little bit about the academics that went into the attack against Fordo, the massive ordnance penetrator weapon, and we're going to show a video that highlights the effects that weapon has. Of course, nobody was down inside the target, so we don't have video from the target. First, on Monday. As the President has stated, on Monday morning we began to receive indications and warnings that Iran intended to attack U.S. bases in the region. That morning, building on the work that CENTCOM Commander Eric Kurilla had done, and on the orders of the President, at Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar and around the region, we assumed a minimum force posture. Most folks had moved off the base to extend the security perimeter out away from what we assessed might be a target zone, except for a very few Army soldiers at Al Udeid. At that point, only 2 Patriot batteries remained on base, roughly 44 American soldiers responsible for defending the entire base, to include CENTCOM's forward headquarters in the Middle East, an entire air base, and all the U.S. forces there. The oldest soldier was a 28-year-old captain. The youngest was a 21-year-old private who'd been in the military for less than 2 years. So let's put ourselves out there for a second. Imagine you're that young first lieutenant, you're 25 or 26 years old, and you've been assigned as the tactical director inside the command and control element. You, at that age, are the sole person.
Zero commission is not
responsible to defend this base. Listening next to you is your early warning operator, whose job is to notify you of imminent attack.
There's 5 people inside a vehicle and 5 people outside of a vehicle around these, a total of, as I said, 44. By the way, you've sat in the Middle East for years, deployed over and over again, extended multiple times, always being prepared, but unsure of when that particular day will come that you must execute your mission and not fail at doing it. In this case, these Patriot crews were deployed from Korea and Japan as part of our U.S. forces there to ensure that we had the most capable missiles in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. As the day continues, you start to hear more and more chatter in the information space about a pending attack. And as the sun starts to set in the west, you get orders from your higher headquarters to make sure that your missile batteries are pointed to the north. There are just a few other teammates. It's hot, you're getting nervous, and you expect an attack. Outside of those Patriot vehicles, your hot crew, which is 1 NCO and 4 additional soldiers, turns a key and relinquishes control of those missiles to that young lieutenant inside the vehicle, and you wait. You know that you're going to have approximately 2 minutes, 120 seconds to either succeed or fail. And then at approximately 12:30 p.m. on Monday, that's 7:30 p.m. in Qatar, as the sun sets in the west, Iran attacks. As the targets were detected, round after round of Patriot missiles are ejected from their canisters by an initial launch charge. Then the main solid rocket motor ignites. You can feel this in your body if you've ever been around a Patriot taking a shot. And round after round goes out and guides against those missiles coming inbound. We believe that this is the largest single Patriot engagement in U.S. military history. And we were joined in this engagement by the Qatari Patriot crews. I'm not going to tell you how many rounds were shot, but it was a bunch because of classified purposes. And we're aware that there's reports of something getting through. What we do know is there was a lot of metal flying around. Between attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, boosters from attacking missiles being hit by Patriots, the Patriots themselves flying around, and the debris from those Patriots hitting the ground, there was a lot of metal flying around. And yet our U.S. air defenders had only seconds to make complex decisions with strategic impact. These awesome humans, along with their Qatari brothers and sisters in arms, stood between a salvo of Iranian missiles and the safety of Al-Udeid. They are the unsung heroes of the 21st century United States Army. And I know a lot of you have seen the videos online and the excitement as those Patriots departed their launchers and went up and guided. This really demonstrates the combat capability and capacity of our Army air defenders. Simply stated, they absolutely crushed it. If you'd flip this over, thanks. Let me next move to a walkthrough of the GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapon and share a little bit about the planners who did this and their work on the weapon. First, let me set the stage for you. There's an organization in the U.S. called the Defense Threat Reduction Agency, DTRA. DTRA does a lot of things for our nation, but DTRA is the world's leading expert on deeply buried underground targets. In 2009, a Defense Threat Reduction Agency officer was brought into a vault at an undisclosed location and briefed on something going on in Iran. For security purposes, I'm not going to share his name. He was shown some photos and some highly classified intelligence of what looked like a major construction project in the mountains of Iran. He was tasked to study this facility, work with the intelligence community to understand it, and he was soon joined by an additional teammate. For more than 15 years, this officer and his teammate lived and breathed this single target, Fordo, a critical element of Iran's covert nuclear weapons program. He studied the geology. He watched the Iranians dig it out. He watched the construction, the weather, the discard material, the geology, the construction materials, where the materials came from. He looked at the vent shaft, the exhaust shaft, the electrical systems, the environmental control systems, every nook, every crater, every piece of equipment going in and every piece of equipment going out. They literally dreamed about this target at night when they slept. They thought about it driving back and forth to work, and they knew from the very first days what this was for. You do not build a multi-layered underground bunker complex with centrifuges and other equipment in a mountain for any peaceful purpose. They weren't able to discuss this with their family, their wives, their kids, their friends, but they just kept grinding it out. And along the way, they realized we did not have a weapon that could adequately strike and kill this target. So they began a journey to work with industry and other tacticians to develop the GBU-57. They tested it over and over again, tried different options, tried more after that. They accomplished hundreds of test shots and dropped many full-scale weapons against extremely realistic targets for a single purpose: kill this target at the time and place of our nation's choosing. And then, on a day in June of 2025, more than 15 years after they started their life's work, the phone rang and the President of the United States ordered the B-2 force that you've supported to go strike and kill this target. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of spending time with these two Defense Threat Reduction Agency officers who've given so much. One of them said, quote, "I can't even get my head around this. My heart is so filled with the pride of being a part of this team. I am so honored to be a part of this." To you both, thank you, and thank you to your families. Operation Midnight Hammer was the culmination of those 15 years of incredible work. The air crews, the tanker crews, the weapons crews that built the weapons, the load crews that loaded it. Before I run through this video today, I want to talk a little bit about weaponeering and what goes into an attack. Weaponeering is the science of evaluating a target. I mentioned all of those factors before that these two DTRA officers had thought about. Ultimately, weaponeering is determining the right weapon and fuse combination to achieve the desired effects and maximum destruction against a target. In the case of Fordo, the DTRA team understood with a high degree of confidence the elements of the target required to kill its functions, and the weapons were designed, planned, and delivered to ensure that they achieve the effects in the mission space. By the way, in the beginning of its development, we had so many PhDs working on the MOP program, doing modeling and simulation, that we were quietly and in a secret way the biggest users of supercomputer hours within the United States of America. So let me talk about the graphic a little bit. And the GBU-57, which all of you I know is a 30,000 pound weapon dropped only by the B-2. It's comprised of steel, explosive, and a fuse, programmed bespokely, each weapon to achieve a particular effect inside the target. Each weapon had a unique desired impact angle, arrival, final heading, and a fuse setting. The fuse is effectively what tells the bomb when to function. A longer delay in a fuse, the deeper the weapon will penetrate and drive into the target. So on Fordo, in June of 2008, you can see these three holes. Depicted here is the main exhaust shaft with two additional ventilation shafts on either side. The United States decided to strike these two ventilation shafts, seen here on the main graphic, as the primary point of entry into the mission space. In the days preceding the attack against Fordo, the Iranians attempted to cover the shafts with concrete to try to prevent an attack. I won't share the specific dimensions of the concrete cap, but you should know that we know what the dimensions of those concrete caps were. The planners had to account for this. They accounted for everything. The cap was forcibly removed by the first weapon, and the main shaft was uncovered. Weapons 2, 3, 4, 5 were tasked to enter the main shaft, move down into the complex at greater than 1,000 feet per second, and explode in the mission space. Weapon number 6 was designed on each side, so there were 6 on each side. Weapons number 6 was designed as a flex weapon to allow us to cover if one of the preceding jets or one of the preceding weapons did not work. The video I'm about to show you is a culmination of over 15 years of development and testing. As I said, hundreds of test shots on various models. This is one weapon. So if you take a view of this as 5 additionals, you'll get a sense of what this looks like. Hopefully you can see it and there's not too much reflection. Tom runs our videos out there. We'll run it at full speed so you can see it and then go back through it. Go ahead, Tom.
keep it going for a minute. You'll see inside the mission space.
Unlike a normal surface bomb, you won't see an impact crater because they're designed to deeply bury and then function. I know there's been a lot of questions about that. All 6 weapons at each vent at Fordo went exactly where they were intended to go. A bomb has 3 effects that causes damage: blast, fragmentation, and overpressure. In this case, the primary kill mechanism in the mission space was a mix of overpressure and blast, ripping through the open tunnels and destroying critical hardware. The majority of the damage we assessed based on our extensive modeling was a blast layer combined with the impulse extending from the shock. Imagine what this looks like 6 times over. A point that I want to make here: the Joint Force does not do BDA. By design, we don't grade our own homework. The intelligence community does. But here's what we know following the attacks and the strikes on Fordo. First, that the weapons were built, tested, and loaded properly. 2, the weapons were released on speed and on parameters. 3, the weapons all guided to their intended targets and to their intended aim points. 4, the weapons functioned as designed, meaning they exploded. And we know this through other means, intelligence means that we have, that were visibly, we were visibly able to see them. And we know that the trailing jets saw the and the pilots stated, quote, "This was the brightest explosion that I've ever seen. It literally looked like daylight." Let me now turn to the bomber crews themselves, give you a few details about them. The crews that attacked Fordo were from the active duty Air Force and the Missouri Air National Guard. The crews ranked from captain to colonel, and most were graduates of the Air Force Weapons School headquartered at Nellis Air Force Base in Nevada. I will state for the record that there is no beach volleyball or football at the Air Force Weapons School. They were male and female aviators on this mission. And a crew member told me when I talked to them on video the other day that this felt like the Super Bowl, the thousands of scientists, airmen, and maintainers all coming together. One last story about people. When the crews went to work on Friday, they kissed their loved ones goodbye, not knowing when or if they'd be home. Late on Saturday night, their families became aware of what was happening. And on Sunday, when those jets returned from Whiteman, their families were there. Flags flying and tears flowing. I have chills literally talking about this. The jets rejoined into a formation of 4 airplanes followed by a formation of 3 and came up overhead Whiteman proudly in the traffic pattern, pitching out to land right over the base and landing to the incredible cheers of their families who sacrifice and serve right alongside their family members. Like I said, there were a lot of flags and a lot of tears. One commander told me this is a moment in the lives of our families that they will never forget. That, my friends, is what America's Joint Force does. We think, we develop, we train, we rehearse, we test, we evaluate every single day. And when the call comes to deliver, we do so. I could not be more proud standing up here today of our Joint Force. I'm filled with gratitude that I get to tell their story. And as we stand here right now, our forces remain on a high state of readiness in the region, prepared to defend themselves. And one last thing, our adversaries around the world should know that there are other DTRA team members out there studying targets for the same amount of time, and will continue to do so. Thank you very much. I apologize for the length. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just thank you, by the way, for that extensive work, the lay down. I mean, even, do you have that laser pointer? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, squaring me away as always. I mean, even in just the public reporting, if you see the post-strike shaft of the 3 holes, the vast majority, and fairly so, the vast majority of speculation has been those are the 3 strike points. When in actuality, what you realize is these are the vents, these are the caps, the first munition took the cap off, and the other 5 went down the center hole, which if you're planning the target, you would want it to be the direct one going to the bottom. These are the types of things that go into the planning for a strike that the Pentagon would not expect the press corps or the American people to initially understand. So laying this information out is helpful. But it's also why we ask for a beat, for a moment, for a day or two, the opportunity to tell that story. Because as the chairman said, these men and women that did this mission, they just want to do their job. They're not expecting their story to be told. They're not expecting the glory. They are grateful for the flags and the hugs of family. That's why they do the job. But they also know they were a part of something historic. We know how historic it was. The chairman does. I know. Our staffs know. And so that's why we are, and the President of the United States knows. And that's why it's almost personal when we see the way in which leaks are used to try to disparage the outcome or muddy the waters about the impact of what happened without being responsible with information and allowing the professionals to assess and provide that information just like the chairman did. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that information. Sure. And we welcome a few additional questions. Yes, sir.
General, on Sunday you said final battle damage will take some time. And you also said, I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there at the nuclear facility. So that was just over 3 days ago. So what has changed? Would you use the term obliterated as well?
Sure, like I said, we don't do BDA. I'll refer that to the intelligence community. And
you're talking with them. I mean, what changed in the past 3 days that make you so, you know?
Sir, I think I
think I explained what changed. There was a great deal of irresponsible reporting based on leaks, preliminary information in low confidence. Again, when someone leaks something, they do it with an agenda. And when you leak a portion of an intelligence assessment, but just a little portion that makes it seem like maybe the strike wasn't effective, then you start a news cycle, whether it's the Washington Post or Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, you start a news cycle that starts to call into question the efficacy. No, that's why. So you bring the chairman here, who's not involved in politics. He doesn't do politics. That's my lane to understand and translate and talk about those types of things. So I can use the word obliterated. He could use defeat, destroyed, assess, all of those things. But ultimately, we're here to clarify what these weapons are capable of, which anyone with, two eyes, some ears, and a brain can recognize that kind of firepower with that specificity at that location and others is going to have a devastating effect. So we all recognize there will be days and weeks ahead. That's why yesterday I said, if you want to know what's going on at Fort O, you better go there and get a big shovel, because no one's under there right now. No one's under there able to assess, and everyone's using reflections of what they see. And that's why the Israelis, the Iranians, the IAEA, the UN, to a man and to a woman who recognize the capability of this weapon system, are acknowledging how destructive it's been. So that's what's changed.
Just 3 or 4 days later.
What changed? See, this is a point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage. You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. That's where we find our confidence, is in the skill of men and women and the capability of the systems they employed, and the recognition so far in the reflections that it was a highly successful mission.
Sure, I think you could, I'd say go out, the IC should be able to help you answer that question. They look at a variety, as the Secretary has alluded to, we look at a variety of things. I don't do that, they do. All different sources of intel, which I'd refer you to them to get clarity on the end state.
So again, I go back to the IC, whether it's Director Radcliffe or ODNI Gabbard. I read the statements at the beginning. They're the ones aggregating the intelligence, and they're saying nuclear facilities were destroyed and would have to be rebuilt over a number of years. Facilities were destroyed. What do we got right here?
Sir, you cited a body of credible intelligence to suggest that the damage at Fort O and other places. What is that referring to, and when can we see it?
I was reading from the CIA director's statement, which came out last night. CIA, again, they do the BDA, they do the assessment. CIA can confirm that a body of credible intelligence indicates, it also goes on to say, new intelligence from historically reliable and accurate sources and methods. Now, you can imagine the CIA director is going to be very careful about how he articulates things of that sensitivity. Classified, secret, top secret, compartmentalized. He's going to know things that you're not going to know. that the press isn't going to know, and he's reflecting that the sources he's seeing are highly credible. They've given credible intelligence. They or those processes have given credible intelligence in the past, and that's what he's basing it on.
Don't you think we need to see that?
Do you have a top secret clearance, sir?
Eventually,
okay.
The American public wants
yes,
to
sir.
see it.
Yes. Yeah, you.
I wanted to ask briefly just.
No, not you. Checkered shirt.
Oh, so Mike Glenn with the Washington Times.
Yes, sir.
Thanks, sir. Anybody who's ever read a Battalion S2 report after a fight knows that it's usually, the initial report is usually wrong, sometimes grossly so. Has what happened in this incident caused y'all to sort of rethink the intelligence process or the dissemination, or do you think it's just a matter, if the process itself doesn't require any more adjustment?
Well, I can tell you what the chairman told me in the Situation Room and reminded us all, which is alongside what you just said, sir, is that the first reports are almost always wrong. They're almost always incomplete, right? Anything, whether it's a squad level operation or a strategic level operation, the initial reflections you get are coming at you at a high rate of speed from a lot of different sources. So your job is to step back and assess them. And that's why we're urging caution about premising entire stories on biased leaks to biased publications trying to make something look bad. How about we take a beat, recognize first the success of our warriors, hold them up, tell their stories, celebrate that, wave an American flag, be proud of what we accomplished. And in the meantime, I can assure you, the chairman and his staff, the intelligence community, our staff and others are doing all the assessments necessary to make sure that mission was indeed successful. Yes, right there.
Sir, thank you, Mr. Secretary. Iran has recognized that their nuclear program was indeed severely damaged, but they also said that the U.S. strikes only strengthened their ability and their determination to complete their nuclear program. How do you respond to that, sir? Is that a provocation from Iran?
Well, I would say Iran's going to have to say a lot of things right now in order to bolster their image, especially internally. You know, in the media, there's a lot of things they'll say for domestic consumption. But we're watching very closely what they do. Again, that's the intel community. Our job as the chairman, the chairman laid it out so beautifully. Our job is to be prepared. And how proud are you? How proud am I? I didn't know the full story of those men and women 15 years ago who've been pointing at that target. That makes me proud to be an American. That's an awesome story. I hope we can tell more aspects of that in an unclassified way in the future. That's a great thing to know. Our job is to be prepared when the commander-in-chief calls those assessments. So, of course, our IC, the Intelligence Committee, will keep watching what Iran does and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity, and pay attention to that. But the president has created the contours, the opportunity for a deal, for peace, in something that the world said was intractable, that wasn't possible. And we got that peace, that ceasefire, that option, because of strength, because of his willingness to use American military might that no one else on the planet can do, with the kind of planners and operators that the chairman just laid out. Yes, sir. Right there. Yep.
Me, sir? Just a quick question. There's public imagery available saying that highly enriched uranium was moved out of Fordo before the strikes. Is that accurate? Have you seen that? And Mr. Chairman, a question for you. Have you been pressured to change your assessment or give a more rosy intelligence assessment to us by any political factors, whether it's the president or the secretary? And if you were, would you do that?
Yeah, well, that one's easy. No, no, I have not, and no, I would not. My job as the chairman is to offer a range of options to the president and the National Command Authority to deliver the risks associated with each of those, and take the orders of the National Command Authority and go execute them. I've never been pressured by the president or the secretary to do anything other than tell them exactly what I'm thinking, and that's exactly what I've done.
There's nothing that I've seen that suggests that we didn't hit exactly what we wanted to hit in those locations.
It's about highly enriched uranium. Do you have certainty that all the highly enriched uranium was inside the Fordo mountain, or some of it, because there were satellite photos that showed more than a dozen trucks there 2 days in advance? Are you certain none of that highly enriched uranium was moved?
Of course, we're watching every single aspect, but Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who misrepresents the most intentionally what the president says. I'm familiar.
About the ventilation shafts on Saturday night. And in fact, I was the first to describe the B-2 bombers, the refueling, the entire mission with great accuracy. So I take issue with that.
I appreciate you acknowledging that this was the first the most successful mission based on operational security that this department has done since you've been here, and I appreciate that. So
Absolutely.
we're looking at all aspects of intelligence and making sure we have a sense of what was where.
Acknowledge the female pilots that also participated in this mission. The early messages that you sent out only congratulated the boys.
So when I say something like our boys and bombers, see, this is the kind of thing the press does, right? Of course, the chairman mentioned a female bomber pilot. That's fantastic. She's fantastic. She's a hero. I want more female bomber pilots. I hope the men and women of our country sign up to do such brave and audacious things. But when you spin it as, because I say our boys and bombers as a common phrase, I'll keep saying things like that, whether they're men or women. I'm very proud of that female pilot, just like I'm very proud of those male pilots, and I don't care if it's a male or a female in that cockpit, and the American people don't care. But it's the obsession with race and gender in this department that's changed priorities. We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games. Yes, right there.
For certain that the uranium was removed from the facility before the B-2 struck.
So I'm not aware of any intelligence that I've reviewed that says things were not where they were supposed to be, moved or otherwise. Yes.
Kelly Meyer with News Nation, and just off the top, want to say we're grateful for the service of these pilots and everybody that serves. I wanted to ask you, the CIA statement said, when possible, they will provide updates and information to the public for transparency, and I believe that's what we're looking for here. Do you commit to share the Defense Intelligence Agency report when it is ready, so the American people can understand more about the intelligence assessment?
Well, actually, the report that was discussed, this preliminary report, was what's called a restrike report. So it comes to us to give us an assessment whether a target would need to be restruck, right? That's the reason why. So it's based on internal feedback loop that we're supposed to have access to. Unfortunately, someone took advantage of that. But whatever is supposed to be made public will be, but whatever has to stay sensitive certainly as well.
Can I jump in? You know, one of the things that I'm trying to do through this journey that we're on together, of course, transparency, but also the requirement to really protect these capabilities. I guess the time's up. So there's a balance in there, right? We do need to preserve options should the nation and the joint force be tasked to go do something again. So I'm confident we'll find the middle ground, but there are some things that if asked, I want to not release related to
So we're going to leave it right there. I want to thank the heroism of our men and women in the military. What they accomplished is truly historic, setting back the Iranian nuclear program untold number of years. It was a devastating attack. We appreciate you covering it. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Talk a little bit more about the role, sir.
This is Mission Control Houston, as we have just completed the handover from the Orbit 1 to Orbit 2 flight teams inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, as the teams continue to monitor and proceed with what will soon to be the welcome remarks from Axiom Mission 4 as they have arrived, docked, and entered the International Space Station earlier this morning. They would launch towards the International Space Station yesterday morning, starting their transit that lasted a little bit more than a day. And they would make their way starting at 1:31 a.m. Central Time with that launch. And then they would begin their transit with a sequence of burns to chase down the orbiting laboratory. And then earlier this morning, and pausing there for the final remarks from Flight Director Alison Bollinger, who oversaw today's docking of the Dragon spacecraft, aptly named Grace. And she said graceful docking for the craft to the International Space Station in the space-facing or zenith port of the Harmony module. And that contact would occur at 5:31 a.m. Central Time earlier this morning, and then the hatchways would then take about the next 2 hours or so to make sure all leak checks and inspections were performed step by step for both the teams inside the Dragon spacecraft and Axiom Mission 4, as well as the Expedition 73 crew aboard the International Space Station. And then the hatchways would open up to allow the crew to come on board. That would occur at just after the 7 o'clock hour, at 7:14 a.m. Central Time, that the hatchway would open. And Peggy Whitson, commander of Axiom Mission 4.
Houston, Space Ground 2. I see you, Johnny, and if you were trying to call
and
Houston,
she would lead the charge. It'll be her return to the International Space Station after commanding Axiom Mission 2, but also her 5th overall flight.
Voice check now if you'd like.
From there,
check in with PAO to see if they're ready.
Producer on ACI.
now the teams here on the ground preparing for the welcoming remarks. We will see the astronauts aboard the International Space Station prepare for the proper video and audio configurations before the formal remarks can be underway, and that should occur here shortly.
Station Houston, Space Ground 2 for Johnny. Hey, we're rerouting video. Give us a couple minutes and then we'll let you know. But we're getting ready for a scene and voice check shortly.
Sounds good. Thanks.
This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to prepare for the welcome remarks from Axiom Mission 4, communications between the teams here in the International Space Station Flight Control Room, preparing to configure the appropriate cameras and audio to accomplish that welcome remark, as Axiom Mission 4 again has arrived to the International Space Station after a little more than a day's transit. This welcome ceremony will feature Commander Peggy Whitson, pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, Swavesh Uznansky-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kapu, all of the Axiom Mission 4 cadre, and also all members of the Expedition 73 crew. The 7 of them added to the 4 of Axiom Mission 4 to bring the population of the International Space Station to 11.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Johnny. We're ready for those scene and voice checks.
Houston, take count 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Johnny, we have a good scene, good voice. Thanks for the check. Yep. And just a friendly reminder, we're looking to start the event at 13:35.
Okay, 35 after, thanks.
And Johnny, FYI, the current video that you are on is streaming live to NASA TV, so just FYI.
Roger, it's okay if I turn it off and then turn it on again at 4:35?
Sounds good. You can do that.
Good communications there between the team on the ground and the International Space Station Flight Control Room, up to NASA astronaut Johnny Kim, helping establish the good video and audio configurations for the upcoming welcome remarks that'll take place, currently scheduled for 8:35 a.m. Central Time, so a few more minutes from now, as the Expedition 73 crew will welcome formally the 4 members of Axiom Mission 4, the 4th private astronaut mission to arrive to the International Space Station. They would arrive on the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft named Grace, and that would occur earlier this morning, and then ultimately go through the hatchway and pressure checks and to ultimately allow them to cross over from the Dragon spacecraft and into the International Space Station. And that docking would occur at 5:31 a.m. Central Time for that soft capture. It would take about 2 hours or so to make sure the leaks and everything was safe to proceed. The pressurization between the International Space Station and the Dragon spacecraft were equal, and allowing for the hatchway to be opened and then welcoming in Commander of Axiom Mission 4, Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, the pilot representing ISRO in the nation of India, Sławosz Uznański-Wiśniewski of ESA and the nation of Poland, and Tibor Kapu of Hunor and the nation of Hungary. They would cross over the APAS hatch starting at 7:14 a.m. Central Time. And for Shukla, Uznański, Wiśniewski, and Kapu, representing again India, Poland, and Hungary, it is those nations' very first visits to the orbiting laboratory. So we'll continue with live coverage of the welcome remarks that will again be taking place in about 25 minutes or so, as Johnny Kim and the team were able to configure the cameras and audio appropriately. And again, that now 11-person International Space Station will come on camera and welcome in the newly arrived Axiom Mission 4 crew. This is Mission Control Houston, as the Orbit 2 team has now formally settled into their roles for the day, as they continue with the welcoming procedures for the upcoming remarks from the newly arrived Axiom Mission 4. Flight Director Vincent McCourt and the Destiny flight team have now taken over, and will continue to work through as the Axiom Mission 4 crew begin their unpacking procedures and get to settle in aboard the International Space Station, the now orbiting lab with 11 members on board, currently in their midday meals and midday processes of their workday before transitioning into the back half of their day and then settling in for what will be a good night's sleep after a very eventful morning for us here in Houston, Texas, as well as those that followed along in the joint operations teams in both Axiom Space, also here in Houston, and SpaceX in Hawthorne, California. A little more than 10 minutes away from welcoming remarks of the Axiom Mission 4 team as they settle into the International Space Station after arriving earlier this morning. Docking to the International Space Station occurred at 5:31 a.m. Central Time, and then roughly 2 hours later, the hatches would open to welcome in the 4-person crew to join the Expedition 73 team. And that welcoming remarks will feature all now 11 members of the crew on board, and the first remarks from first-time flyers in Axiom
Mission 4 pilot Shubhanshu Shukla, Swavesh Uznansky-Vishnevsky, mission specialist, and also mission specialist Tibor Kapu. And for Commander of Axiom Mission 4 Peggy Whitson, a hearty welcome home to the International Space Station, and now her 5th flight of her career. For Peggy Whitson, the most experienced U.S. astronaut in history, began this mission with 675 days under her belt, 9th all-time, but will continue to add to those incredible historical numbers as the Axiom at Mission 4 and its crew will proceed with an approximately 2-week mission aboard the orbiting laboratory, performing outreach events and research investigations, participating in around 60 of those investigations, representing 31 different countries. This is Mission Control Houston as we continue to monitor and anxiously count down to the welcome remarks of Axiom Mission 4 aboard the International Space Station, now inside 10 minutes to those remarks as the now 11-member crew aboard the International Space Station getting settled in and preparing before radioing back down to the teams on the ground in both Hawthorne, California, and 2 members here in Houston, Axiom Space and, of course, NASA at NASA's Johnson Space Center and the International Space Station Flight Control Room. Currently, the SpaceX Dragon Grace that brought the Axiom Mission 4 crew to the International Space Station together, connected, currently orbiting over the northern portion of the Pacific Ocean. They are in an orbital nighttime period, and we will bring you those exterior views once the station and spacecraft emerge into the orbital sunrise and orbital daytime. But until then, we will continue to track as the crew preparing for those welcome remarks now inside 10 minutes.
This is Mission Control Houston, as we are now 5 minutes away from the formal welcoming remarks, as the International Space Station has introduced, or will introduce, the members of Axiom Mission 4 formally after having docked to the International Space Station earlier this morning. They would dock to the orbital outpost at 5:31 a.m. Central. After pressurization and leak checks would occur on both sides for both the teams inside the Dragon Grace spacecraft and inside the International Space Station, the hatches would be open to welcome in the 4-person crew at 7:14 a.m. And we are now tracking for an 8:35 a.m. Central Time welcome remark, so a little bit more than a few more minutes away as the teams aboard the International Space Station currently settling in. It is the midway point of their day today after they were pressed into action early, as the arrival of Dragon would have them press right into their daily activations. For NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers and Ann McClain, they would oversee and monitor the progress of the Dragon spacecraft to the orbiting laboratory and execute those hatch opening ceremonies. Procedures, pardon me, and then, of course, all 11 members of Expedition 73 were there on the other side to welcome in Peggy Whitson, Subhanshu Shukla, Swavesh Uznensky-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kapu to the orbiting laboratory. And there you see the spacecraft, the newly named Grace, docked to the International Space Station. And that is where they will reside for approximately the next 2 weeks, as they will participate in around 60 research investigations, numerous outreach activities, and more, representing 31 different countries, as the International Space Station has now welcomed its 4th private astronaut mission. It is their first since Axiom Mission 3 would arrive to the International Space Station, and that would be back in January of 2024. And just out of view, you can somewhat see the nose cone. If you look to the bottom left-hand side, just past where that Dragon spacecraft is, that is another Dragon spacecraft, Dragon Endurance, at the forward port of the International Space Station in the Harmony module, as both Grace and Endurance flying in front of the International Space Station, 2 of now 5 vehicles that are attached to the orbital outpost. Also Soyuz MS-27 that brought NASA astronaut Johnny Kim to the International Space Station, and 2 cargo craft, Roscosmos Progress cargo craft, also attached to the International Space Station. So a full house, both externally and internally, on the orbiting laboratory. We're approaching about 10 minutes until the welcome remarks for Peggy Whitson, Subhanshu Shukla, Swavesh Uznensky-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kapu. One of the traditions for the Axiom missions and the private astronaut missions is the pinning of the newly minted astronauts. For Peggy Whitson, she'll be placing those pins on Subhanshu Shukla, Swavesh Uznensky-Vishnevsky, and Tibor Kapu. For them, this is their very first space flight and very first mission to low Earth orbit. After the welcome remarks, they will jump right into their activities, whether it is unloading the Dragon spacecraft or for the Expedition 73 crew back to their work schedules before settling in for the evening, and then hitting the ground running tomorrow. And for the Axiom Mission 4 team, that would be day 1 of their approximately 2-week mission aboard the International Space Station. And to take a look back at the activities for Axiom Mission 4, they would lift off from Launch Complex 39A at NASA's Kennedy Space Center yesterday morning at 1:31 a.m. Central Time, carrying Whitson, Shukla, Uznensky-Vishnevsky, and Kapu to low Earth orbit. And that is where, on the first time, Dragon spacecraft would announce the name of that spacecraft in Grace, and then proceed into their burns. They would execute a sequence of 5 major burns and a couple of adjustment burns burns to help raise Dragon's altitude and help close the gap between the spacecraft and the International Space Station, those being the phase, boost, close, transfer, and co-elliptic burns. And that Dragon spacecraft would continue to perform nominally and actually in its first flight swimmingly and all the way to the key waypoint markers and milestone markers, including the approach initiation burn, which would be executed earlier this morning. From there, they would go through 3 different checkpoints or gate processes, waypoint 0, waypoint 1, and waypoint 2, but that Dragon spacecraft and its alignment with the International Space Station pretty well fine-tuned, only a brief pause at the waypoint 2 mark after moving through waypoint 0 and waypoint 1, and while 20 meters away, they did a quick hold, saw that everything was A-OK, and continued to proceed with that soft capture and contact that would come at 5:31 a.m. Central Time. From there, Nicole Ayers and Ann McLean would begin the hatch opening procedures, while the team aboard the Dragon Grace spacecraft would also execute their arrival procedures. And shortly, about an hour and some change later, at 7:14 a.m. Central, the hatch would be open. The pathway from the International Space Station and Dragon spacecraft would be opened up, and that is when Peggy Whitson, Shubhanshu Shukla, Sławomir Wisniewski, and Tibor Kapu, and a wealth of smiles and glad handshakes and hugs will be passed around, as they have now upped the population of the International Space Station to 11 members. We continue to proceed towards the welcome remarks about 8 minutes from now, and we'll be sure to turn over all communications to the audio and video team as we will await the Expedition 73 crew and Axiom Mission 4. Of the 11 members, 6 nations now represented aboard the International Space Station of Hungary, Poland, India, the United States, Russia, and Japan.
Station Houston on Space Ground 2 for Johnny.
Yeah, I can take it.
Yep, yeah, just looking for someone to turn on the camera for the PAO event and do a quick 5 count just to make sure we're still good before we start.
Good.
Okay, this Houston, this is station. I can give you 5 counts. 1,
Talk, we heard you, but just lost the video downlink, so please give us a minute. Talk, oh, there you go. Thanks, Shook and Johnny, for checking the cables there. And Talk, if you could give us one more 5 count. We missed it on the last one because we lost video downlink.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That was a good scene and voice check, and we'll be ready to begin after the handover.
Great communications between the team on the ground and everyone on board the International Space Station, including the newly arrived Axiom Mission 4, as everyone getting staged and set up for the welcome remarks that'll get underway here in about 4 minutes' time. There will be an anticipated loss of signal, though briefly, and then we will bring everything back on board, and the welcome remarks in which Expedition 73 will welcome their 4 new friends aboard the orbiting laboratory, and we'll turn it over to the team from there. And again, we are experiencing a temporary loss of communications, but the acquisition of signal should be in just a couple of seconds. And once the video is on board, the welcome remarks for Axiom Mission 4 will get underway.
Station, this is Houston. Are you ready for the event?
Houston Station, we are ready for the event.
Please begin the welcome ceremony.
All right. Grace crew, welcome aboard the International Space Station. On behalf of Expedition 73 crew, I'd like to make a couple of opening remarks. First of all, Peggy, welcome back. Thank you. It's a great honor and privilege to have such a legendary astronaut like you on board with us. And Thibault, Shooks, and Suave, congratulations on your first space flight. And we've been waiting for you guys so long, and we are so happy to see your all smiling faces. And with your arrival, right now there are 11 astronauts from 6 countries, and all of us are here in order to advance human space exploration and scientific research. Symbolizing international cooperation. So from this moment, you are also a part of Expedition 73.
And once again, welcome aboard. And I will pass the microphone to Axiom for Commander Peggy Whitson.
Thank you so much, Tak, and for the 73 crew as well. We appreciate being invited in. You guys are exceptional hosts, and hopefully you'll think we're exceptional guests at the end of a couple of weeks. But we're looking forward to getting a lot of work done with you guys, and I really appreciate all the support you've provided to us in advance of actually even getting here. I think that's very unique and special about you. And the best part about being a commander on a mission with all rookies is you get to watch the rookies go through it for the first time. And it helps you remember some of the things you went through the first time. But it also, it's just very special to get to relive the experience again through these guys. And so I'd like to give these guys their astronaut pins. So we'll start with Shubhanshu Shukla, astronaut number 634.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and get these out.
Thank you, Peggy. Oh, so I am number 634. That's a privilege. But to be fair, it is a privilege to be amongst the few who have got the chance to see the Earth from a vantage point that I have been able to see now. It has been a wonderful ride. It has been great, and I was looking forward to come to space. It is something to look forward to as such. But the minute I entered the International Space Station and you guys, this crew, you just made me feel so welcome, as if you literally opened your doors, like your house doors for us. That's true. So, but it was fantastic. I feel even better. Whatever expectation I had of coming here, they were surpassed by the view, of course. That's the big part of it, but by you guys as well. So thank you so much. I think this was fantastic. This is wonderful, and I'm very, very confident that the next 14 days are going to be amazing. Doing, as you said, advancing science and research and working together. Thank you so much.
And number 635. Slavosh Uznanski.
Go for it.
Thank you, Peggy. And thank you all for such a warm welcome to the International Space Station. Expedition 73, 11 people. I remember this moment from our training that we met already once before, all of us. in Houston, and now we are meeting up here on the International Space Station. So this is such a tremendous place. For me, as an engineer and a scientist, this is an ultimate scientific laboratory where we come to do science, to test our technologies of our countries, to do technology demonstrators and science outreach that I can't wait to do for the next 2 weeks. And we will all try to do the best, representing our countries. I represent Poland for the first time on the International Space Station, as well as ESA, not for the first time. So ESA had, as an international partner, had a lot of missions to the ISS, but Poland, this is for the first time. So thank you for having us, and we are very honored to be here among you. As you said, 6 nationalities. We bring 3 extra ones, and we can't wait to spend this time together. Thank you.
And last but not least, number 636, Tibor Kabu.
I just needed practice. It got easier.
Was an easier guy. All right. So, thank you very much, guys, for this really, really warm welcome. I really feel that this is the best crew that we could join to. It really feels great to be part of Expedition 73. As Tak, the commander, said that we have so many countries in the same time in the space station, but we also have 7 out of 11 who are complete new flyers, which also tells me how much space is expanding towards a new era. One of my friends told me 2 days ago when I was asking him what should I tell in space, what should be my speeches about, and he said that if there's ever a time for speaking from the heart, then this is it. And my heart is so full right now because of you guys and because of seeing Earth for the first time. There is a lot to choose from. So I'm extremely happy to be here, happy to represent my country. On our ride up, we actually saw our countries flying above those. It's truly, truly a special feeling. Looking forward for these 2 weeks. I'm 100% sure that this is going to be awesome. Thank you.
There are interpreters on the ground, so you guys are welcome to speech.
Oh, so what? Yeah.
और एक छोटा सा संदेश मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों के लिए, आपके प्यार और आशीर्वाद से सुरक्षित मैं इंटरनेशनल स्पेस स्टेशन पे पहुंच चुका हूं। और बहुत आसान दिख रहा है यहाँ खड़े होना, लेकिन थोड़ा सा मुश्किल है, थोड़ा सा सर भारी है, थोड़ी तकलीफ हो रही है, लेकिन ये सब बहुत छोटी चीज़ें हैं और कुछ ही दिनों में हम इसके यूज्ड टू हो जाएंगे। और ये पहला पड़ाव है इस जर्नी का, और अभी आगे 14 दिन यहाँ पे रह के हम काफ़ी सारे साइंस एक्सपेरिमेंट्स करेंगे, आप लोगों से बातचीत करेंगे। लेकिन कहीं ना कहीं ये जो पड़ाव है ये भी दिखाता है कि ये हमारी अपनी स्पेस जर्नी का भी एक पड़ाव है। तो मैंने बात की थी आपसे कुछ देर पहले जब मैं ड्रैगन में था, और अभी यहाँ से आगे भी बात करता रहूँगा। चलिए इस जर्नी को बहुत एक्साइटिंग बनाते हैं, बहुत उत्साह से इसमें पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। मैं बहुत उत्साहित हूँ और मैं अपने शोल्डर पे अपना तिरंगा जो मैं लेके चल रहा हूँ, मैं मानता हूँ कि आप सब मेरे साथ हैं, तो मैं ये भी समझ लेता हूँ कि आप सब भी मेरे साथ उत्साहित हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि अगले 14 दिन बहुत ही एक्साइटिंग जाने वाले हैं। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you, Jux. Drodzy Polacy, drogie Polki, cieszę się, że mogę tutaj Was powitać z pokładu Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. Po raz pierwszy jesteśmy na stacji, po raz pierwszy mamy polską misję na Międzynarodową Stację Kosmiczną i bardzo się cieszę, że mogę reprezentować właśnie Was, 40 milionów Polaków, którzy mają możliwość obejrzenia misji, ale jednocześnie kontrybuowania do części naukowej, technologicznej i wykonywania eksperymentów na Międzynarodowej Stacji Kosmicznej. Będziemy prowadzić również lekcje fizyki dla dzieci w szkół, dla studentów i mam nadzieję, że to jest początek Polski technologicznej, obrazu Polski na świecie właśnie w takich miejscach jak Międzynarodowa Stacja Kosmiczna czy najbardziej zaawansowane laboratoria technologiczne. Bardzo dziękuję Wam za zaufanie. Tak jak już wcześniej mówiłem, kosmos jednoczy. Jesteśmy tutaj razem, jesteśmy silni i budujemy naszą przyszłość. Dziękuję bardzo za zaufanie i do zobaczenia przez najbliższe 2 tygodnie. And over to Tibor.
Yeah. Oh, that's nice. There's always a first time for anything, right? Üdvözlök mindenkit a világűrből. Ha jól számolok, akkor 2009 óta először hangzanak el magyar szavak innen. A nemzetközi űrállomás fedezetéről. Charles Simonyi után, aki kétszer is járt itt, én álltak a következő, aki magyarul beszél ezen falak között. Hatalmas megtiszteltetés és elképesztő büszkeség számomra. Alig 30 órája se vagyunk a világűrben, de már volt alkalmam beszélni a szüleimmel egy pár perce, akik elmondták azt, hogy az ő szemükkel mit láttak a Földről, amikor mi elhagytuk azt, és már látjuk, hogy micsoda hatása lesz annak a küldetésnek, és amikor azt mondom, hogy küldetés, az nem véletlen. Nekünk ezzel a pár következő nappal, héttel valóban egy küldetésünk van. Nem csak egy tudományos küldetésről beszélünk, nem csak kísérleteket fogunk elvégezni, egy inspirációs jelleggel is vagyunk itt. Szeretném megmutatni azt, hogy még egy ilyen kis nemzetnek is sikerült egy ekkora hatalmas dolgot végrehajtania. Én vallom azt, hogy kis nemzetek tudnak a legnagyobbat támadni. Szeretném megköszönni mindenkinek azt, hogy lehetővé tette ezt a küldetést, lehetővé tette ezt az elmúlt pár órát és a következő napokat. Még egyszer csak azt tudom mondani, hogy rendkívül hálás és büszke vagyok, hogy magyarként itt lehetek.
Well, thank you again. Thank you again for welcoming us so openly and warmly. We really, really appreciate all of you and all of the team on the ground as well. Thank you.
Okay, Houston Station, that concludes our event.
Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications. Thank you to all participants. Station, we are now resuming operational audio communications.